So, welcome. EU tournament number 5. Our first tournament with a prize pool. A prize pool of $140. Here's the bracket we're looking at. Got some returning champs, participants from some previous tournaments. So, winner is going to take $100. Second place, $25. Third place, $15. And yeah, as soon as people are ready to go, we're just going to jump into matches here. The start of, I guess the round is 16. And once we get to the semifinals, we'll be casting everything from there on up, including the third place match. Rules are, same as it's been before. So if you've seen these tournaments, no surprises. It's open deck lists, best of 5, conquest format. Yeah, I think that's probably about it. So, here we go. I see Huskanda in a match. Let's jump in. Hide my ugly face. Opposition here on the cast. Very generous with some contributions to the prize pool. Gotta shout you out for that.
I just love to see these players come out and compete. I'm happy that we got a nice even 16 for this tournament. A lot of very strong players. And some NA folks actually that are sacrificing their Saturday morning to come out and play Hearthstone. So big hats off to them as well.
Well, I feel like we can hardly call this a sacrifice when we've got such big dollars put up for this tournament. This is work. This is pro play.
Yeah. We're this is the start of the professional classic Hearthstone community right here, of folks playing tournaments every weekend from now on, making thousands of dollars in cash. At least that's my hope.
That'd be nice to see, yeah.
For those of you who are interested, you can always donate to their prize funds as well. There's a link in the events there on the Classic Hearthstone Discord. But yeah, let's see who's going to win some money today.
Oh, I haven't been sharing my screen this whole time. It probably makes things a little difficult. Yeah, we've got Huskanda here versus Snape. Snap? I'm thinking Snape.
Snape kills Dumbledore.
Okay, that's a bit spoilery for my taste.
Sorry about that. Alright, and Huskanda already off to a pretty good start here. Bringing Snape down to 12 HP. Got that Rockbiter equipped. Or got the Doomhammer equipped with Rockbiter in hand. Alakir here as well.
Yeah, nice to see the return of Shaman. I think in the previous, at least the NA tournament, not as much Shaman as we'd seen before, but these EU folks just seem to absolutely love it and been very effective when they do bring it. So
yeah, absolutely. I think there are a couple of Shaman specialists, maybe notably Huskanda herself and Winterborn, who just seem to be maybe a little leg up on the NA scene with their Shaman play. So really cool to see these players in the EU. Now I have a feeling a lot of them tend to favor banning out the rogue class, and then they target Druid. So I think that's why we see so many Shamans in these EU tournaments.
Yeah, I think you're right. And another point about Shaman is I think it really depends on the prominence of Zoo, right? It's one thing on ladder that often counters it pretty hard, and we've seen people who've been very successful on in these tournaments, severe bringing Zoo a number of times, having a lot of success with it, but not a lot of people actually opting to bring it. So, yeah, with as little Zoo as you see, probably feeling even a little more safe with that Shaman inclusion.
Yeah, absolutely. And with the ability to ban out Rogue, which normally is a tough matchup for these slower Shaman decks. They got easy clears with Blade Flurry. There's not a great way to stop the Auctioneer Conceal without a Storm Totem or some kind of spell power, and then a 50-50 roll on Lightning Storm. So all in all, being able to, you know, hopefully for these players, predict they're going to face a lot of Zoo, or if they're able to just walk right through without having to face Rogue or Zoo. This is a tricky place to navigate for both players here. Interesting that Huskanda opts here not to play the Fire Elemental. She wants to keep that taunt up so that she doesn't get hit in the face by that giant. Popping the block here. And for Snape, there's no second minion here to play, so would love to have a second minion to put Huskanda on a bit more of a clock with 12 HP. Not quite enough burn here to be in reach. But we'll see. There are a couple turns of stalling that could happen here. We've got Frost Nova Doomsayer. We've got the Ice Block. We've got an Acolyte to draw. We've got Blizzard to freeze the board as well. But Huskanda showing the power here of Doomhammer, just being able to find that alternate source of damage beyond just the board here, which is going to be stalled out for a while.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, able to proc this second Ice Block, sitting on a decent amount of damage in hand with that other Rock Biter. But yeah, even just threatening lethal with those two charges from Doomhammer.
Yeah. And a really tough situation for Snape here. You want to play the Alex to get back up out of lethal range, but you can't because there's already lethal on the board here. So they're opting for the Frost Nova Doomsayer first. And nice Frostbolt off the top here to delay this game just a little bit longer.
Yeah, really huge draw there to continue to be able to freeze the face. No spell power.
Alright, well, another turn to deal with this. Look at it. Maybe. Well, there's no more freeze for the face, so Snape in a really tough place here.
Yeah, I mean, from Snape's position, you're looking at it thinking, okay, Blizzard freezes. This frog has the ability to put in absolute work, right? Denying a swing from that hammer, but we see a couple different ways to actually get lethal here for Huskanda.
Yeah.
And yeah, no extra way to draw or finesse your way out of this one.
No. And nice job by Huskanda keeping her life total a little low, but you know, still high enough to be out of range of any burst. No double fireball in hand for Snape here. Alright. She's got it.
And that's what this is. I'm ready, but the bracket is not okay. What do you mean? The bracket's not okay? Too tough of opponents?
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Well, that's always my problem in these events. Too many good opponents.
Yeah, hey, do you mind just giving me a bye in round one, maybe?
I don't see Mortimer on the list of contestants here. See if we can settle that offline here.
Alright. Gonna get Derp in here as well.
Excellent.
Nice. Welcome, Derp.
Howdy.
Morning, friendo.
Oh, can't chat. Busted. Okay. Blizzard app.
I was watching the last game with 5-minute delay, so I missed the ending.
Jeez. Spoiler alert, Shaman is a pretty good class.
Very true.
Actually, as far as deck breakdowns go here, class breakdowns, we've got more Druid than any other class, 11 Druids, 10 Rogues, and then 9 Warlocks, 9 Paladins. Of all things, seeing a big resurgence in Paladins. Still not as many as, of course, our favorite Druid class, but shaking it up a little bit more here at the EU tournament. Also seeing fewer Hunter players than we saw at the last EU tournament, which is interesting.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. I haven't really dove into all the actual deck lists to see what they look like. Usually it's aggro heavy if you're talking Paladin, but here the first Paladin we get to see could be a pretty standard control Paladin, and this is very different than what we've ever seen Huskanda bring. You know, she tends to make it very far in every tournament that we've run, and had a lot of consistency with the same set of decks, but see a priest and a paladin when money's on the line here. Now that's exciting.
Yeah, I think she knows something I don't.
Again,
Tough matchup here.
My opinions on Control Paladin fairly clear. I don't think the deck is super great, but we'll see what Huskanda's able to do here. I was definitely expecting a lot more aggro Paladin if people are switching to Paladin from Hunter specifically. You know, just deciding that that's the more optimal aggro deck to be bringing for the tournament. So we'll see how the rest of the Paladins shape up. But I am excited to see this matchup, even though I think it's pretty Mage favored.
Yeah, this one's a tough one for the Paladin. Control Paladin doesn't really have a lot of good direct damage. You know, they can bring heal, which is decent against Freeze Mage. But all in all, it's tough for them to really get the ball rolling and deal a lot of face damage, pop that block early, which means that the Mage really just gets a couple of free turns to be drawing, setting up their secrets, waiting to just plop down Alex on the opponent's face rather than their own. So yeah, tough matchup for the Paladin here. But we'll see. Harvest Golem can be pretty good. Having that persistent death rattle on the board is always nice.
I like this Doomsayer play, trying to potentially bait out an equality. I don't think Huskanda will use equality here. There's no reason to on just a Harvest Golem board.
Yeah.
But trying to potentially bait that out before playing Twilight Drake.
Yeah, I like that as well. And you want to get this golem off the board as soon as possible. As the freeze mage, you'd like a nice clean clear. You don't want to have those death rattle minions on board. And opting not to play the Drake, I like this. Just keep the board clear.
Yeah, so something I'm always eyeing in this matchup is the amount of healing from the Paladin. Like you mentioned earlier, they really don't have a lot of ways to deal direct damage. We do see a single hammer in this list, which might be able to help with some sort of ice block situation. True Silver can push a lot of damage, but there's always the risk of being frozen. But we do see a single Holy Light, a Guardian of Kings, a Lay on Hands. So still some ways to come back after that Alex comes down. But for sure, sometimes we'll see these Control Paladins running, well, a lot more heal than that. And I think that's what kind of tries to even out this matchup a bit more with just single copies across the board there. I am a little bit scared as to how this starts to look for Huskanda in the late game.
I completely agree. You know, it's hard for the Paladin because if you go too heavy into the healing, then you're just going to lose the value game to a lot of other decks. So you want to kind of limit the amount of healing you have. But in this case, She's got these 3 copies of healing spells and Guardian of Kings included, and then 2 True Silvers, which can be stopped by anything that freezes. And, Control Paladin doesn't have a lot of great ways to draw either. So if we don't see the healing in hand outside of Guardian and Kings here, we may not see the Holy Light or the Lay on Hands.
Yeah, that's a really good point,
An
too.
awkward play here. Not sure what the play is for Snape. Snap. I'm not sure how you want to say that.
Yeah. Now the Tyrion, it's possible to just play that mirror image as well. Just kind of delay the Tyrion, not necessarily allow the death rattle to go off. It's like Snape's just gonna freeze the board. This seems fine.
Sets up a really good Flame Strike.
Yeah, exactly. There's
And
not
then
really a
the
good
Water
minion to
Elemental
play
freezes
that
him, so I can't even swing with the Ashbringer.
Yeah. I might have liked Sylvanas there in that situation. Although Sylvanas can sometimes steal Doomsayer if the Mage player wants to get real cute.
Well, if Sylvanas is played there, he just swings the Water Elemental into Sylvanas. I guess you get a weapon charge off, but I don't think
Right.
that's great.
Okay, well, we've seen one Blizzard, we've seen one Flame Strike, so it seems reasonable to kind of reload the board. Huskanda with a lot of cards in her hand, so this makes sense.
Yeah, not a lot of burn spells either. You could potentially Alex set Huskanda 12, but I don't know if you have enough follow-up for that to be the play yet. So in that case, what is the play?
Yeah. I think we've got an Acolyte in hand here. Acolyte Ping is sometimes a good way to start these. I don't think that Snape is wanting to play a mirror image here, especially not to. Wants to find a way to deal with this board. Acolyte Ping doesn't help too much unless we find a Frost Nova, but even then, with 2 jugglers on the board, a couple of minions do a lot of damage.
Honestly,
Huskanda
Alex
hand.
mirror image
Wow.
isn't that bad of a play.
Alright, going for the aggressive line here.
Yeah, I like this actually. Just seeing how it develops. I think you're expecting that the equality comes down and wipes what you got, but that's a ton of value off of Alex. It does put that pressure on to do the immediate heal. And yeah, a bit of follow up from Burn in hand.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Huskanda's going to choose to do this. Is it going to? It's not going to be Lay on Hands. It'll be Guardian of Kings here.
Boy, this is not a board that you often see as a Paladin player.
Yeah. Kind of seems like both players sort of getting what they want here, making the match a little bit more exciting. Now we'll see that Acolyte Ping come down. I assume that the Ice Block has to come down sometime soon here. Searching for a little more burn. Now I don't mind the Alex play on the previous turn, but without a significant amount of burn in hand with just this fireball, it could be kind of tough to push through damage before the Paladin has a chance to heal back up. And indeed, I'm sure that Huskanda next turn is happy to play Lay on Hands, get back up to 26.
Yeah, I think probably the reasoning partially has to do with the fact that you're forcing your opponent to have the heals and you've got the opportunity to draw into burn. But part of it is that's going to be part of your win condition in this matchup regardless. You play Alex on a high health Paladin, whether they've got the heal or not. It's got to come down at some point, and yeah, there just wasn't really, I think, a better way of dealing with the board in that situation. So just kind of making the most of a mediocre situation.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised Huskanda's just letting this board die to Doomsayer, though.
Ooh,
Also risking the hero power hitting.
yeah.
That was maybe a mistake, but not punished this time.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, to be fair, she's got quite a few cards in hand here, quite a few creatures, so she can reload the board a couple of times to get back in the game. I'm wondering what her read is here. Now that she's seeing no follow-up with burn damage, I'm wondering if she's thinking, oh, there must be a lot of burn in my opponent's hand. I just don't want to play it because I'm at 24.
Well, it didn't come down the turn after Alex.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know if that means she has to read that there isn't actually that much burn, and there's just a lot of, like, utility cards that aren't really helpful yet, like this Ice Block, which you don't really want to play if you don't have the mana, because you aren't critically low yet.
Right. No, I almost would have preferred... Well, I suppose she's saving the Pyro equality here for the Giants' turn. When the block is popped, Giants come down. So I suppose that's why she's keeping equality. I almost would have preferred to see Pyro Holy Light there, rather than swinging into the Loot Hoarder. Getting all 15 damage off of the Ashbringer going face is can really set up for a win condition here. We already know a lot of Freeze has been played. Flame Strike's been played already, so the Paladin board will probably persevere here if she's just dumping minions and cleanly removing stuff.
Yeah, I think interesting that you mentioned that. I was sort of thinking through the idea of, swinging into that Loot Hoarder instead of opting to push that damage to face. And I think that is the idea from Huskanda is, she's got lots of minions in hand, lots of high value minions still left, that she can just kind of like bleed out her opponent, just keep playing things out value, and maybe actually expecting to win on something like Fatigue. Basically just a don't die and you win sort of approach.
Yeah, and I suppose also knowing that there are Molten Giants in the deck, maybe she's, thinking, well, I don't want my opponent to be playing free Moltens. I'd rather load the board up myself. Don't give them the opportunity. At 17 health, nobody's going to play a 7-mana Giant.
I was actually wondering if you played the 7-mana Giant last game, but you've decided against it this time.
I'm not a big fan of hitting in with the Ashbringer here right now. Not into the Drake.
No, I'm very surprised to see this without the Aldor at least. I could see, just taking the 1 damage. Like you said, you've got the equality, at least the 1 here, to deal with a Giant, potentially 2, although I think that'd be unlikely we'd see it. 4 damage against Freeze Mages. That is crucial. That is a lot. And this is the last of your heal in hand, I believe.
Yeah.
Other than, I suppose, I think there is True Silvers left, right?
Correct. 2 True Silvers. Yeah, it seems a little bit antithetical to the game plan here that we've seen her employing so far, of just kind of wait it out, heal up enough, just make it so Mage doesn't have enough burn. But that said, Snape's running out of burn spells. Used a Fireball on a Sunwalker, used the Frostbolt here. I think that's 2 of them down. So not a lot of burn left to really reach this Paladin's face, and we're seeing still Holy Light in hand for Huskanda. Oh, wow. That's a bold move.
Yeah, really, really interesting plays here.
She's a more courageous person than myself, I'll tell you that much.
Well,
This, though, playing right into what Huskanda wants. Just throwing everything into equality.
Yeah, very dangerous.
I think what you do is just pop the block and then equality, or Pyro equality. Like, even though you lose the Sylvanas value,
Yeah,
you're playing against Freeze Mage with 1 card in hand. You're setting them to 1 health.
Right, yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, and then that Hammer Wrath there, able to, potentially proc next turn, like.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm impressed. I would say that this is a very unfavored matchup in general. for the Paladin, and Huskanda navigating this really well. And Snape might even have to, Frostbolt this Black Knight here just to make sure that the block doesn't get popped, but we see the hammer in hand. I think the Harvest Golem, a good card here as well, just being able to ensure that, well, with 0 cards in hand, it's going to be hard to kill that 2/3 body twice. Oh, beautiful. And a True Silver as well.
I will say that I think this specific Freeze Mage deck is a little bit worse than a normal Freeze Mage deck, because it's got a little bit of... It's got a lot more minions. It doesn't run like Ice Lances. And so having a lot less burn is actually really notable in this matchup.
Absolutely. And there we go.
Still think it is Mage favored, but things worked out for the Paladin.
Yeah, nicely done. Very taking a very tough matchup and turning it around. That's really kind of one of those things that players have to do in these tournaments. Is you're gonna face, you're gonna face decks that you're not very well equipped to fight, and squeezing out a win where you shouldn't get one is very valuable. Not having to worry about that deck anymore for that matchup.
Well, I have not taken a look at the bans for this matchup, but something tells me... Oh, Blizzard trying to steal my money. Something tells me we're going to see Priest here, and we do. Oh, Priest versus Priest. I did not see that Snape was also running a Priest.
There's 3 Priests in the tournament, so we're seeing 2 of them right here. One of them has a Divine Spirit. Snape potentially running Inner Fire.
Now this is a long list here from Huskanda with the Priest deck. A lot of one-ofs. A lot of one-ofs. Not just legendaries, but like 1 Azure Drake, 1 Faceless, 1 Cabal Shadow Priest, 1 Shadow Word Death, 1 BGH, 1 Pyromancer. And you can tell a lot of thought went into this deck from Huskanda to really nail down what 10 cards were necessary.
I gotta think it's either a lot of thought or she accidentally clicked. Go ahead and complete this deck, Blizzard.
Yeah. Go ahead, put some light wells in there or something.
Well, we actually do. We see 2 light wells from Snape. I don't even think I can fit the whole deck in my little display thing here. Going on.
Divine Spirit, Inner Fire. He's got a Velen Mind Blast.
Yeah.
Wild list.
Yeah, looking to reach, get a bit more reach out of the Priest deck there. That's an interesting choice.
Now, I actually don't mind a single copy of Mind Blast with Velen. Double Mind Blast, unless you've got coin and you hold on to it, you're not able to play it all in the same turn to get any kind of real burst. But even Velen with just a hero power, whether you're actually going for Shadow Form, which we do see 2 copies of here, or just with the heal, it can be kind of like a mini targetable reg. You're maybe shooting for 4 or 6 damage the same turn with your hero power that you play Velen. So with them both being one-ofs, I actually don't think it's terrible as far as Priest goes, but rein in expectations, because it is still Priest at the end of the day.
Yeah. And a pre-nerf light spawn here, 5/5. Amazing card. Yeah, very creative list from both players. Nice. Buffing that.
Gonna get Lightwell value, potentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we do see Karen in Huskanda's hand, which is always going to be an excellent card in any of these matchups, although the light spawn is decently positioned to deal with it. Oh, nice Shadow Word Death coming down there.
Definitely gonna take that one.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised Huskanda actually, on that turn with the Doomsayer into the Cleric, I'm surprised she didn't hit the Cleric and just draw an extra card instead, opting for one more damage.
Yeah, I thought that was a tough choice there as well. You definitely want to
Leroy,
make sure you have card efficiency, right? You want to use every card to its fullest value, but is Holy Smite going to do much for you in this matchup? Probably not. Might be better off just trying another card.
Yeah, you pointed out that Leroy here, and I think, Huskanda taking a different approach with Priest, but something else I've dabbled in as an enjoyer of terrible decks. She's got double Mind Blast, she's got Leroy, and with that, for 8 mana, you're actually able to push 16 damage, assuming no taunts, spell power, all that kind of stuff. If you just kind of round out the rest of your list with these mid to late game minions, Priest can actually hold its own if they're able to draw a somewhat reasonable curve and just go very, very minion heavy, because some decks do struggle with that are kind of top tier decks. I know Miracle Rogue surprisingly can't deal with a lot of these 4 or 5 cost minions coming down every turn, and yeah, I think this is maybe a deceptively strong Priest list. Once again, disclaimer, still Priest.
Well, also, yeah, Leroy Faceless, then follow-ups with Double Mind Blast, we've got Holy Smite, we've got Auchenai, we've got 2 copies of Holy Fire. It's certainly not lacking in burn. And this Karen going to prove to be a pretty tough card to deal with here. Holy Nova looking pretty juicy from Huskanda.
Kind of surprised he went for the silence with mind control in hand. I think this is kind of the prime mind control target, right? Just because it's so hard to deal with any other way.
Yeah, that's a good
Alex
point.
also looking pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Karen is hard for both players to deal with. Any 4 attack creatures can be tough. And now there's not a great target for this mind control here. Down to 11 HP, we see Leroy Holy Smite in hand. Only need a little bit more to finish that off. But Holy Fire gonna bring it back up.
Or just follow this up with Alex. Just get him back down to 15. Swing with Azure Drake. You could even use the Holy Smite while you have spell power. You've got a big board. He's down to 8 health.
Yeah, and keep in mind, just 1 copy of Death, and that copy's already been played. So
yeah, I think this is an Alex.
Interesting. Gonna play it a little slower. I think, part of the reasoning here also is, well, we got a 4 attack Drake on the board protected, and if they can't deal with it last turn, probably won't be able to deal with it this turn.
Well, this actually deals with it. The Felon, Holy Smite.
Yep.
Not really what you want to do, though.
Very cute little play here.
Yeah, it is.
Not a full clear, though. 2 for 2.
Oof. Thought Steal in the Priest Mirror. That is.
That's
what you're
1
hoping
mana
for.
off lethal.
Mm-hmm.
Black Knight, a pretty
you could
strong
just
card
play
here, too.
Leroy. What are they gonna?
Well, that's a little interesting combo. I don't think I've seen this. The Leroy Holy Nova to clear the whelps out.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but maybe that's not good enough.
Sylvanas also a good card here.
I have no time for games.
Right, setting up lethal here with Leroy Holy Nova. Snape's gonna have to reserve 2 mana to heal here.
I think the problem with not playing Alex Draws earlier is, like, in a deck or against a deck with Velen, like you're never going to get to Alexstrasza yourself just to get an 8/8 on the board. That is a game-losing play, and now it's just a completely dead card in hand, unless you want to heal your opponent, I guess, which also feels really bad.
Yeah, as the aggressor, it doesn't feel good to be doing that. You know, it's possible her thought process was, hey, the Shadow Word Death is out, I can probably play Alex when I want. But I would say, yeah, dropping an 8/8 on the board a few turns ago would have been very powerful.
Well, the really interesting thing here is that this BGH came from Thought Steal, so Huskanda is not going to be considering this as a possibility to clear Alex. Yeah, going to come as a huge surprise if she does.
Oh yeah, Snape actually does not have a BGH in his lineup. It was Huskanda's.
Yeah. Always nice to grab some golden cards from your opponent. And Lightwell going to put in a lot of work here as well. Able to get out of reach of this Leroy. Don't see Faceless coming down yet. No way to draw into it in your hand.
Let me change your mind.
Yeah, now you're out of range of Leroy Faceless anyways.
Yeah.
Well, you can draw one. I guess technically draw two if you hero power the Velen and then circle heal.
Seems like the play here.
I don't know what else you can do.
We got 12 damage on board from the opponent, so there's a bit of a clock here if we can't deal with Velen. Opting for a single circle. Okay. Got Leroy Faceless.
12 plus 11, huh?
Still 1.5.
Mind Blast does 11 damage.
Yeah.
Yes, well.
Guess that knows what's coming.
Not that. It was your destiny.
Yeah, it's got to be frustrating being 1 point off lethal for several turns there as the priest is healing back up. You draw a little bit more burn, the priest gets a little bit more healing in.
Wow.
That might be our first priest mirror that we've seen in 10 tournaments here.
You know, I seem to recall, was it Tim Coggo who ended up in a priest mirror? I believe we've had it one other time, and it was our first guaranteed priest win, but certainly a very unlikely matchup. And, well, that one actually ended up being a very surprisingly swingy game. I really did think Huskanda had it for the first, I don't know, 3/4 of it or so, and yeah, now Snape coming back into it. Get out of here, Blizzard.
Oh, the Lich King. He's in Hearthstone now.
Yeah. Do you have a wallet?
I have been playing some Death Knight in Wild, though. It's a pretty fun class. Even though I don't actually think it's very good in Wild, because Wild is a little bit silly.
I haven't had a chance to try out any of those fancy cards yet.
Well,
Yeah, I haven't seen any yet.
Tier 0 deck in Wild is like discard Warlock, because they printed a little bit too much discard synergy. Like, discard your hand and then summon like 5 minions, deal 10 damage across the board.
Wow.
Draw your hand back up, because Malcathar's in that one card that draws card every time you discard.
Whoops.
Ooh. This was a good play, I think.
Okay.
Molten Giant synergy.
Looks like they're having some fun here.
Actually, don't have a great way to answer this. Twilight Drake.
No, those pesky 4-attack minions for priest.
Yeah, Snape would love a way to continue drawing a few cards here as well. Not seeing a lot of draw in the hand. Maybe gonna awesome opt for the Frostbolt here. Okay.
I don't know if I like that over just trading and hero powering the minion.
Yeah, I suppose, you know, putting the Drake down to a 4/4, it's still out of reach of a lot of stuff. So I liked the trade play as well. Going straight for a coin carrot and not trying to use that Auchenai hero power to ping off the Thalnos. I think that's probably smart. We want to get something moving here as the priest.
Once again, I might be underestimating the fact that this is a very minion-heavy deck, so plays a little bit differently than a normal Breeze Mage, so maybe have a little bit different priority on your resources.
Yeah.
I have no time.
That's loading the board up a lot. I might have been a little bit concerned doing this as the mage player because Holy Nova, although it does deal a little bit of damage to the priest's own creatures, Holy Nova still would have cleared just about everything off. I might have held the mirror image here for just a little bit longer. But not getting punished. Snape now able to push 7. Would bring the Huskanda down to 14. And a tough death rattle board to deal with here too. What do you do against this Karen Sylvanas combo?
Do you have the spell power Flame Strike? So if you want to make the bet that Sylvanas takes one of these tokens, then there's a possibility. I like this play though, the double Doomsayer play, if that's what he's going for.
I don't know. I definitely like the single Doomsayer. But I think on the other side, because this is such a minion-heavy priest, I feel like that second Doomsayer could be really valuable going forward.
And there aren't too many resources here in Snape's hand. There's no more card draw in hand, so as far as reloading goes, we're left with just 4 cards. Freeze Mage, one of those decks that really wants to have a big hand, use all their options, be able to play stuff like Ice Block, Acolyte, Pig, all in the same turn, kind of pick and choose. But kind of making those lines more linear for himself here.
Now that I look at it again, not actually having a response the next turn, 1 turn away from being able to follow that up with Alex, makes it a little bit worse.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what the concern was either. Huskanda's not running anything like Shadow Word Pain that could just target a Doomsayer, so...
I kind of feel like a raw Alex here might not be so bad. You're never going to really have to use it on yourself at this point. You're at 30 HP with 9 mana.
I bring life.
Yeah.
There's not.
Yeah, it's either that or, yeah, pretty inefficient Flame Strike, I think, so... I don't mind this.
Actually, a clear, that second circle heal. You can kill the Alex. I guess he could do it with 1, but now he can do it while pushing 5 damage if he wants. She, Huskanda.
Oh.
Is someone injured?
Interesting.
Also
Yeah,
a really good
some
play from
cards.
Huskanda.
Gonna play the Auchenai, I guess, on the end here in circle.
Seems good.
She didn't draw her death. Death or BGH, I think, are the 2 cards that she was really looking for here. I don't think we have an opportunity to be too greedy here with the second Northshire Cleric. But
I was gonna say, do you just second circle heal here?
you have to, yeah. Can't leave that thing alive.
Yeah, of course. We'll put her down to 7. That's a little bit too suspicious.
Yeah. A lot of board clear here from Snape.
I do like that, leaving the Akanai up, denying the ability to heal. Force Huskanda to kill her own minion.
That's a cute play there. Killing your own... I forgot the name of that card, but so you could heal from the Holy Fire.
Yeah, I like that. I think this is something that commonly you'll see strong players do is when they're playing against this priest deck, and if you're the aggressor in the matchup, you just leave the Akanai up. It stops them from healing, forces them to use one of their healing powers, hero powers, to ping off their own Akanai. So nice play. Good response from Huskanda. Snape getting a chance to use that massive amount of board clearing. 2 flame strikes, 2 blizzards. No Doomsayer.
You just drop BGH here? What else are you worried about? This is a bold play. I guess there's no good removal outside of using a lot of burn spells from Snape, and Snape's already behind, so using a lot of burn spells is not what you want to be doing. Actually, now the Holy Nova is really good.
Couple of good options here. Also, yeah, Faceless Holy Nova here is going to pop the block. Not something you see every day.
I was gonna say, do you ever actually... Oh wow, really?
I'll be.
I was gonna say, do you ever Holy Nova Mind Blast, actually put the Freeze Mage down to 1? You've got Holy Fire in hand, you've got the Ragnaros on board that, they didn't have an answer to last turn.
Yeah.
Like, it could have been an option. You could even just leave them at 1 and just play the fatigue game. Just keep yourself healed up.
Yeah, and I think, that's maybe a greater point here as well. Both players taking their turns pretty quickly and a lot of cards in hand for both. So I feel like, they could be spending just a little bit more time here thinking through these decisions. You got $150 on the line. May as well take a couple extra seconds just to analyze lines like that. Okay, well, if we couldn't deal with the first Ragnaros, then couldn't deal with 2 Ragnaroses. Huh. Conceding here. That's interesting. Thinks there's just no way out. Which, seeing Huskanda's hand, I think we probably understand that as well, but maybe still worth playing out.
Yeah, you could have survived for a few more turns, but then, you're still just getting your second ice block pock by Ragnaros, and then Huskanda, she's got Leroy, she's got Mind Blast, she's got Holy Fire, all in her deck.
Now, one kind of important thing that I noticed here was that this was our last chance to get the Wrath of the Lich King bundle. There's an icon down there in the lower left, Dex. It says shop on it. Might want to click that one. Maybe turn off the stream for a little bit, and just spend a little bit of money.
Yeah, just 1 second, if you guys don't mind not looking while I enter my credit card information. I'll tell you when you can open your eyes back. Alright, let's just jump into this ongoing match. We got Satur versus Soul Intent. I believe the first time we've seen Soul Intent in one of these tournaments. Satur currently up 2-1 according to the bracket. But famously has done, well, extremely well in these EU tournaments. I think one of the favorites. Got to do our best to jump in, take a peek at what's going on here.
Yeah, I think we're taking a peek at a very sad situation for the Zoo Warlock.
Yeah, I
Yes.
think you're right.
Something tells me that 1 health that the young priestess gives to a minion is not going to be particularly effective here.
Kind of surprised you used Soulfire on the Armor Smith. Not that it really makes a difference from this position, but you know.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Maybe you just maybe you just hold the minion and Soulfire face so they don't have a target for Armor Smith, but kind of just rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic here.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what discard card Sator has used already.
I would have been tempted to play Ragnaros that last turn, just get him on board. Now this can become a little bit more tricky. I suppose at 13 HP Soul Intent's not too worried about what's going to happen here, but...
I was going to say, this is actually a pretty good situation for Sator, all things considered, and then the execute draw kind of shuts it down.
Yeah, I think there was a real chance there to stabilize if Reg got a bad shot. Yeah, had Soul Intent not drawn that. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, if Reg like hits face, then you've got a lot of minions on board. I guess you can't life tap, and then you're really hoping on Reg to keep being a homie and hitting the 1-drops, but...
Well, it is the Diamond Brag, so you do get to choose the target.
Very true, very true.
More and more minions here, confusing Ragnaros, but I have a feeling that Gramash will find a way to end this game, especially with a...
Hey, that's a way to end this game.
Yeah. I've played Warrior before. This isn't typically the order in which I draw my cards at the end of the game.
Yeah, this looks like my starting hand against you.
Yeah.
Mulligan for the axe. You've got all of your legendaries in hand. Like, well, this seems to be an interesting position.
Yeah, Blizzard's like, oh, you wanted the axe in Mulligan? Here's Gorehell.
Just what I wanted.
Oh, what did that say?
Expansion live.
Yeah, what was that? This is the first I'm hearing of this.
Go back. I want to see that.
Playing Classic? There's an expansion, and we're playing.
Yeah.
Classic.
Hey, idiot. Look where you can spend your money.
Ooh,
I just saw a loot hoarder or a leper gnome ditched here at the start. It's kind of a... I would normally assume you'd want to keep 1-drops like that, even though obviously it doesn't have a... it doesn't line up perfectly with the Mage hero power, but something a little bit more durable.
Well, Sator was rewarded with 2 1-drops and a Soulfire, which is a very good turn 1 play.
Yeah, I've seen it win the game on turn 1. Not too bad. Although discarding the wolf hurts a little bit. That was a good natural follow-up here, especially with the Knife Juggler coming down. Love to buff up that Argent Squire here. Now, there you go.
It's definitely the move. Well, I was going to talk about the this match of the Tempo Mage into Zoo, but I think what we are seeing on the board pretty much covers what I was going to say.
Yeah, usually Tempo Mage very strong against decks like Druid, mid-range decks that play 1 minion at a time, don't have a lot of small minions, triggering mirror entity, stuff like that. But against these decks with smaller minions, it's hard. You've got basically just like arcane missiles and stuff like Juggler, Mirror Image to deal with some of these small minions, but really not a great way. Hero power kind of inefficient. It's 2 mana to start clearing these minions, just going to end up falling behind.
Well, Soul Intent is going to be relieved that there's no turn 3 play.
Yeah.
Makes things a little bit more manageable. I don't know how you actually deal with this.
I have a feeling we're going to see a PO here. Yeah.
Sator was waiting to see if the knife hit the minion or not. I think if not, then you can just push face.
Yeah, I could even PO the Flame Imp, honestly. Just keep the board clear.
We have many secrets.
really reducing the amount of mana required for that mirror entity.
This is an interesting play, actually. See where the knives land and where you want to distribute your damage.
Yeah. Oh.
I think I like this play.
Yeah, just hoping though the knife hits the Sorcerer's Apprentice.
You got two chances.
Yeah, 2 chances for it.
I guess the second one could hit the Elven Archer. Oh wow, that's not what I had predicted.
One kill.
My shield for Argon.
Not great, but don't know if it matters.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious why go face there. I mean, maybe you're worried about a board clear, but even if you are worried about your opponent wiping your board, you still probably want to clear theirs so that you're not facing a bunch of return damage. For gnome here, I think I might have maybe preferred hero power there.
Well, with just a fireball in hand and a bunch of minions you don't want to fireball, but you might have to. Things not looking great. That arcane missiles could help a little bit, but still not putting anything on the board. Zoo's gonna keep playing as many cards as he can a turn. And I don't think from this situation the Tempo Mage can deal with 2 minions, 2 small minions a turn. Most decks can't, as it turns out.
Right. Probably can't deal with Doomguard with no fireball in hand here either.
That's a funny card.
You love my new recipe.
You know, if you look at a couple cards like Wild Pyro, they were given the Undead tag in Classic. Crazed Alchemist was given Undead in Standard, but not in Classic.
Huh.
Another excellent display of the consistency from our favorite video game company, Blizzard Entertainment.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. They don't want to go back and change classic stuff, but yeah, they've done it in some other cases, like the whole what is it, like the Aldor effect on enraged minions like Grom. That's different in classic than it used to be.
Wonder if this Crazed Alchemist is a anti-Doomsayer attack. Maybe trying to deal with the Freeze Mage matchup a little better.
That is what the card was historically, when Doomsayer really became popular as just like a, you play it in control decks and drop it on turn 2 or turn 3
Right.
play. Having the Crazed Alchemist was really good.
Yeah, it makes sense. Also gonna be extra rude against shamans. Oh, the new expansion's live.
March of the Lich King. Wow. And it's only December.
Kind of messed up if you think about it.
Alright, so this is what we're looking at for the updated bracket. Gonna push Satur head to face Culture, who took out Chin Chin. Labore gonna be up against Catopolis. Am I saying that right? Which means Winterborn is down, Nox down. 2 very strong contenders. We already saw Huskanda, now going to go ahead to face No Time to Cry. And Severa, another favorite, knocked out. Ambi, crowd favorite. I believe you're saying opposition out as well.
Yeah, I think I probably shouldn't have taken out a second mortgage there to bet on Amber, I guess. I'd do it again if I had another chance, though, honestly.
Just phone your bank up. I'm sure they'd be happy to extend another line of credit. Yeah,
absolutely. I'll tell them I'm just, on a little bit of a cold streak right now, but,
Actually, Severe losing in round 1, that's something really surprising, I think. Severe has won a few of these tournaments.
Yeah, totally agree.
Was defeated by Milan Usk.
Cute name there.
Yeah, unfortunately, whether it's Blizzard bug or user settings, not gonna be able to get a glimpse into the brilliant billionaire mind up top. But we can still bring the decks up here.
It's an interesting Druid deck, specifically in the 3-drop spot. He's got 4 different minions, all one of BGH, Farseer, Harvest Golem, and MC Tech.
Yeah, really, really going hard in that slot. That's an interesting choice. Normally you see Druid maybe playing 2-3 drops at the most there. This, with all these tech cards, they seem to be pretty well lined up against Zoo or other aggressive decks, the only exception being BGH there. No Ancient of War, and no Sen'jin, so not maybe expecting too much, or maybe expecting aggro, just doesn't want to deal with it on 4, would rather deal with it on 3.
Well, not the best outcome for MC Tech. I think you'd really want the Squire or the Voidwalker, but still not too bad. Although the second Elven Archer makes it a little bit too bad. Unless he's got Swipe, which we'll see soon enough.
Yeah, I'd say, being able to grab the Priestess at the very least, it does help set up a little bit better swipe. Now you're not worried about all of those 2 HP minions. And there it is.
So this is actually a really good position for Druid. I think if you're going into these later turns against a clear board, you're feeling really happy.
Very much so.
Don't
And
have
not too
very
much
many
damage
taunts
here.
to stabilize, but we'll see what
I must safeguard the land.
Elon Musk has cooking up in the lab.
The light protects.
Keeper of the Grove, always just a really difficult card to deal with for this deck. For any aggressive deck, the 2/4 body, the fact that it removes something when it comes into play. Here it's already going to get a nice 2-for-1.
Whoa. Got the double innervate turn.
There's something about the fact that we can't see Mulan Usk's hand that just makes it seem extra cheaty, doesn't it? It is.
Like, very convenient. He's got double innervate.
Double
Suspicious.
innervate, swipe, keeper, reg. That is just rude.
This
Paid
guy
off
works for
Blizzard, it's doomed.
Yeah.
That's right, he just spent like $40 billion to buy Hearthstone Classic.
Ooh, I like this investment. Finally, he's
That's why you
getting
see all
Nax out.
That's why you see all these advertisements for the Lich King expansion. Gotta recoup some of those losses.
That's right, it's $8 a month to play with the Lich King.
Yeah, this is tough. Puts the Warlock on a really serious clock here with Ragnaros up. And having a taunt behind it. I don't envy playing Zoo here. And this is a matchup that's supposed to be favored for the Zoo deck as well.
Yeah, I would say quite favored even. Obviously dependent a little bit on how the Druid builds their list, but yeah, this isn't real geared towards beating Zoo, and right now...
The MC tech is really good against Zoo.
That's true, that's true.
This is...
You don't even want to tap here. This is the...
Oof.
Now the knives will hit the Torfa. Well, sometimes RNGesus really just got it out for you. It doesn't really matter. Down to 2 HP. Not going to be able to play.
Go for the 50-50 lethal here, right?
Well,
Well,
It's not going to give him the chance.
yeah. That's actually just gonna do it. A very Very quick 3-0 there. Give this thing a refresh. Take a look. So yeah, got some other matches underway. Let's see. We haven't been able to take a look at Labore or Katapolis. Let's see if we can jump into those matches.
I think Labore is a newer name to the classic community, but he's been grinding. He's gotten high legend placement in a few seasons now.
Yeah, well, we just did the show match with him, and you know whether it was like some intentional showing off or not. When I asked him to share his Blizzard name, he I think he was rank 2 in the screenshot that he sent me. So yeah, definitely doing quite well on ladder.
Yeah, and recently started playing a little bit on EU as well, so got a couple of cards over here. Okay, gonna keep the Bach, huh?
See if I can get these lists up. Okay, aggressive Paladin versus... What do we got? Where's the Druid? Here we are.
I think this is a Druid favored matchup, but it's very snowbally for the Paladin. If they have the tools they need, then it can feel very bad to play against it. I'm kind of surprised he didn't keep the Divine Favor, actually.
Yeah, I've played a lot of this aggressive Paladin deck. I would say there are times at which Druids can really pop off. You know, play a couple of Innervates or something, then you're stuck with a bad Divine Favor, which makes it tough.
That is fair. I mean, the dream hand is just having a bunch of 1-drops and then Divine Favor for 3 or 4 cards early on.
Right.
Which, to be fair, Labore did have a couple 1-drops in a Divine Favor, so...
So keeping the coin here for Blessing of Kings, I might not have made that same choice. Usually with Blessing of Kings in this deck against Druid, you're going to want to use it to trade up favorably into a minion.
I like this play with the Wrath used, you know, forcing Pitopolos to have another answer, like the Keeper or the Swipe, which, unfortunately, he does not have.
Yeah, I don't really want to face down that 5/1. Typically, as the Paladin here, I would prefer playing around Keeper, see if there's some way to do that. And I could understand the inclination here not to play that Blessing of Kings, because if a Keeper comes down, that's just 4 mana you wasted and lost some tempo. Now the Blessing of Kings is great. Alright, not seeing a Keeper last turn means that we feel really safe to be using the Blessing here. Put that 5/5 on board.
Bit of an aggressive play to nourish for mana there. I guess you could follow it up with potentially like a Rag to hit this 5/5, or more likely just using the Force of Nature to clean up the board.
Yeah.
Although that's not really, doesn't fully clear everything.
Reporting for duty.
No, not anymore.
You really can't Rag now, though.
No.
Just go for the 1 and 4. If it doesn't hit, you just lose. Although,
Honestly, doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, using Force of Nature just to clean up the 5/5 here. Leaving 4 damage on board. Oh, that's a card you like to see.
So that's why he got rid of the Divine Favor. He knew he would draw it when he needed.
Exactly.
Not that he actually needs it now. I think the game may have been a bit out of reach regardless.
And as always in Classic, a Druid with 10 mana, opponent has 6 mana. About what we were expecting anyway. Yeah, tough spot here. you know that the Paladin is sitting on buffs and damage, a lot of damage in hand. Gotta heal back up.
Well, you can't actually... Oh, wait, no, this is exactly equal. Never mind. Or one over, even. I was gonna say you can't consecrate True Silver, but turns out, don't need to.
Another Paladin win. I know I'm not supposed to pick favorites, but I like seeing all these atypical classes win. We've seen some success with Priest, now Paladin.
Yeah, Paladin making a little bit of a comeback here in Classic, just in general. The aggressive Paladin decks, putting bubbles on your own stuff, giving buffs, always creating that threat that if you have one minion on the board, maybe it gets Blessing the King instead of Blessing the Might. Can be tough. This looks like a Face Hunter. Now this is not a favorite matchup for Face Hunter. It's a very, very tough match. Druid with a lot of healing, a lot of taunts, and also just the ability to outright kill you. Also Ragnaros, if the Druid ramps fast, can be tough for Face Hunter to deal with.
You know, Labore brought 4 aggro decks, didn't he?
He sure did. Man after my own.
Definitely respect the gung-ho.
Yeah, it's always cool to see people go a little bit against the grain, right? EU, we seem to always have a very control-heavy meta in these tournaments. There's only at the last NA one that we saw a real heavy dose of aggro, but you know, sometimes going against the grain, you can exploit some matchup advantages that other people aren't able to do. Now, that being said, I don't think in general aggro is what you want against a very control-heavy meta, but yeah, we'll see.
A huge draw.
Yeah, I think there are maybe 2 different ways that you can approach this. Number one, you see the last EU tournament, you see tons and tons of control decks, right? And then you saw almost no aggro. So all of those control players that were teching in Senjins and Sunwalkers are thinking, well, those were useless cards. Next time I play a tournament, I'm not going to put those in there. Which makes, good sense. And then the other way, to think about it as well, it's a control-heavy meta. Don't play aggro. So either way, interesting choice here from Labore. But also just a player that plays a lot of aggressive decks. So no surprise, you kind of want to stick with what you know.
Yeah, things really just working out perfectly for Katapolis here. He's got a taunt in hand, some heal. Like you mentioned, Keeper of the Grove at the perfect time.
Really tough to
A lot
come
of
back
good draws
from this.
from Druid so far.
Yeah, kind of proving why it's the most chosen deck here.
Yeah, to be fair, Druid does have a lot of good cards, so your draws are guaranteed to be at least decent most of the time.
Yeah, it's exactly right. It's not a lucky top deck if every card in your deck is good.
Well said, well said.
No deal use of misdirection here, but not really too much you can do.
I think it's a Druid, you actually want this to hit your own face. Well, look at that. Can even go for draw. You don't see this Ancient of Lore being used for draw in this matchup very often.
Yeah, well, with Hunter at 19 and now Force of Nature Savage Roar in hand, it's going to be tricky to find a way around this misdirection. I don't think going to quite do it.
You would need to double Arcane Shot the Keeper of the Grove. And even then, actually, I don't... Well, it should be enough. There's some possibilities of shenanigans, I guess.
And as the hunter player here, you're thinking, well, if I double arcane shot it, where's my win condition? Got 22 damage to deal and just not enough cards in hand to do it.
With the explosive not there and checked for anyways, the force of nature is safe to come down.
Now you'd think that that misdirection might be okay against Druid because they have so many high attack creatures. And you'd love to misdirect like a lore into the face, but the reality is, you rarely get that opportunity. And explosive, you might think the same thing. Well, it stops force of nature, but they almost always are going to have a minion on the board to check for that explosive trap anyway. So Secret's not particularly useful against Druid, and yeah, really, really bad matchup for the face hunter there. Nothing really special that the Druid has to do to win.
There's one really good secret against Druid. It's the freezing trap, but other than that, they're not.
Right.
It's not very great.
It's another hunter deck.
You're not going to be seeing many freezing traps in an aggressive hunter deck like that.
So this is actually tied up at 2. I had the incorrect stats here, so it looks like this is the deciding game. These two players.
Yeah, 2-2, and we've got Face Hunter here from Labore and a Control Paladin here from Katopolis. I would say that this is probably Control Paladin favored, but they don't kill you too fast, and Face Hunter just will consistently pile on a lot of damage, so it might be a little closer than we'd think.
Now this Paladin deck seems very odd to me. It's running double Defender of Argus, but it is very, very light on early game minions. We don't see any Argent Squire. Sometimes you'll even see Worgen. Yeah, and then for 2s, a reactive Pyromancer, single Ironbeak Owl. I think this Paladin might just develop too slowly for an aggressive deck like this. If Labore can get rolling at all and draw into some minions here, I think Katopolis might be in big trouble.
Nice owl off the top here. Otherwise, that was going to be really tough to deal with.
I think you're fine arcane shotting this, even though you float a mana. There's a 3/2 that isn't getting dealt with.
I would agree with you there. If there's no board answer to this 3/2, it's hard for the Paladin to remove it. Gonna have to probably just go ahead and play a Pyro Brawl onto the board here.
And then you have a good answer for that with the weapon.
That's right.
Definitely the start you want to be seeing as the hunter, I think.
Yeah, a little concerned about the 2 secrets in hand. Paladin is by no means forced to trigger these secrets in a lot of cases. They can just play a slow game on the board, so that bow might not see a lot more charges. You can play explosive hero power on the next turn, but that explosive trap might not get triggered until the Paladin is well out of range.
Yeah, Misdirect also is another deck that's not great against because of the dudes, the 1/1s that
Right.
Misdirect can just end up hitting into, which is not what you like to see.
I think you gotta play Explosive Trap anyway. The problem with Misdirection here is that if you leave Misdirection up and then you play Explosive Trap, the Misdirection triggers first. The secrets trigger in the order in which you play them. So, yeah, it might seem good here, yeah, misdirecting the Drake, but again, the Paladin is under no obligation here to actually, attack with this Drake on the board.
Yeah, I do think Labore, regardless of what this misdirect does, I agree, not the highest value matchup or anything. But I think he's probably just thinking of it as like a 2-mana additional charge for his bow, trying to get that as quickly as possible, even if it does just turn around and bash a dude for 1 damage. That's 1 damage in combination with the 3 from the extra charge, it's all working in his favor.
That's true. I might prefer to play explosive first to set it up and then use misdirection later. In this situation, explosive would have been better. You could trigger the explosive trap, get a bow charge. Now we've got 2 explosive in hand, and it works out all right because the 5/6 is not going to die to the explosive trap, which means misdirection isn't wasted. I think I might take my boy Leroy here.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how you win without Leroy in this situation.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and something else I just noticed late here is that there's no Hunter's Mark in this deck either, so yeah, big minions like this are going to go completely uncontested.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan here of playing out on the board. This is another problem with playing misdirection early. A lot of times you want to kind of exhaust your minions in hand before you play misdirection, because now this 5/5 has a chance to hit a stealth to 2/1. That means that the 2/1 no longer guarantees the damage. Has the option here to, triggers a secret and gets to hit something on the board.
I think that was actually the best option with the Kodo in hand.
Reporting
Yeah.
for duty.
The explosive trap's going to be pretty good though, but still not sure if it's enough. Really depends on if Labora can find a way to get through the Sunwalker whenever it comes down.
Yeah, I think that's the key here.
Just
Yeah.
a second explosive will be nice. Pop the shield.
Gotta play it pretty patiently here as the hunter. It's scary because you know that you're watching somebody that's drawing into their healing as the game goes on, which is tricky, and also has, big taunts with Divine Shield like Sunwalker Tyrion.
Actually, this faceless is pretty annoying, isn't it? Wonder if you feel pressured to use your Leroy to deal with this. This is a good play.
Yeah, I don't mind this too much. Try and get a little bit of initial damage there. Now the faceless doesn't get value.
Although, how much damage is this coming through on the other side?
Ooh. Well, I don't think it matters with the lay on hands coming in. Just the perfect time.
Yeah. We're out of explosive traps. No more way to control this board. Right, and representing lethal here.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Just off, yeah. I think Unleash the Hounds was maybe the only out there.
Unleash the Hounds would have been lethal. It would have been exact lethal, actually.
Yep. And not too many good choices here, right? Probably gotta trade the Wolf Rider off because you know that 1 damage can come from a lot of places. But even so, True Silver kills you here, Avenging Wrath kills you here. All of the direct sources of damage that the Paladin has.
Yeah, I mean, now it's just such a clutch draw, that lay on hands, if he doesn't get it. I think that's the game. I'm not sure, I'm not sure if even Drake could have got you into any other top deck there or something, but we see again Paladin having some success here in the tournament, so.
Yeah, Control Paladin getting the right matchup here for sure. I think the player that brings 4 aggro decks probably doesn't want to see Control Paladin in the final deciding game here.
Well, it leaves us with just one more set here in the second round. Culture versus Satur. It looks like Culture is up 1-0 at the moment. See if we can't get these deck lists up. So what appears to be Control Warrior versus Zoo.
You know, I'm noticing Sator made a critical mistake here drawing Soulfire and Doomguard.
Yeah. Typically, if you work for Blizzard, that's not exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, I'm guessing he didn't buy the Death Knight expansion.
That was the first mistake.
This is your end.
Setting up for a nice clear here. Culture's got Baron Geddon next turn.
Do you use the second execute here to full clear?
I don't think so. I'm actually kind of interested to see whether it's execute or whirlwind here, because we've already got Baron Geddon. The execute I would want to save for the second Doom Guard, just to make sure that doesn't cause any trouble.
That's actually a really good question. It's a little tough jumping in this late in the game. See, I mean, 19 cards left for Sator. I really don't mind the execute if you're gonna use the whirlwind, just because you don't have a proc for it in hand.
I do think you either use both or you use neither.
Yeah, and you know, if it's just a top deck Doomguard, you do have the Tinkmaster as a bit of insurance.
Yeah, 3/3 the battle cry, remove 2 HP.
I mean, really, it makes Doomguard into the card that I feel it should be anyway.
Yeah. This is not easy. Soulfire might help out a little bit here, but it's still taking 7 to face.
This is the YOLO Tinkmaster play. You swing in and then Tinkmaster, hope it turns your guy into a 5/5. Real Blizzard employees would make the play.
Yeah, nice solid play here. Just deal damage. Every point of damage you deal is one less chance for the Warlock to draw another card.
My shield for Argus. None shall
Looks like Culture's been doing a good job shutting down the Zoo from Sator so far.
Yeah.
I believe his last deck is... it's a Mage. What kind of Mage is this?
Hey, Jay, let's see. Looks like some sort of... well, geez, it's...
Oh.
One of these weird decks where, like, I never know what to call the archetype. It's like I look at it and I go, okay, there's some tempo plays with Kirin Tor, but decided to, you know, you got Barrier, Block, and Vaporize, things that don't generate tempo, along with, you know, your low-end Mana Worm and stuff. And then you've got this really robust high-end, so it's like a, I don't know, well-rounded...
would you call this Control Mage?
Maybe?
I would say Control Mage usually holds on to, has like giants and stuff in it. This seems like a cross between a Tempo Mage and a Freeze Mage, where it's cut all of the card draw out of Freeze Mage and is hoping to just kind of play on curve tempo stuff.
No Fireballs is really wild to me. I think that's just like, outside of cards like Ice Block, I think Fireball's one of the best cards the class has access to.
Yeah, that's a
Use
good
as
point.
removal.
Opting for 2 polymorphs instead.
I've seen this a couple times and heard people argue for this kind of style with polymorphs over fireballs, and you're hoping to kind of grind games out more. But yeah, I have to agree with you. I feel like 6 damage to a minion with the flexibility of going face is just so insane that it doesn't make sense to cut in my mind.
Might be with the intention of targeting Druid here. Kirin Tor Mirror Entity is quite strong against Druid. Although we don't see Mirror Entity, we see Kirin Tor with just Ice Block, Ice Barrier, and Vaporize. A Polymorph may be a little bit better against Druid in most circumstances. Has the ability to take down like Ancient of War, Sylvanas, Karen, stuff like that.
Yeah, really, the more I look at this deck and we kind of talk about it and all the choices here, I feel like something like this would thrive a lot more in a tournament setting that didn't have open deck lists. It would be so hard to predict what's coming next because there's just so many curveballs with what you're seeing.
Yeah, and you know, there's definitely something to be said about taking your opponent outside of their comfort zone and making them think independently. If you've played a weird deck list a lot and your opponent's never played against it, all it takes is for them to just forget one little card that you're playing or one possibility, and all of a sudden you might end up on the back foot.
Well, there's a lot of plays that could be made here, and none of them are great.
I like the Earthen Ring here. Probably have to be as mana efficient as possible. Play Earthen Ring this turn, plan to Frostbolt King next turn.
I would tend to agree with the Earthen Ring play. I think this, assuming Sator checks for Vaporize properly, I don't think this is going to be getting much value. I think you probably discard the PO and just draw another card, by the way.
Do you need a blessing?
Or do you think you... I don't think you sacrifice 2 minions here just to push an extra 4 damage.
Huh.
What?
No, I do like your line there. And then yeah, that way you get to hold on to that Squire as well.
I guess now you get to use the Soulfire on another threat.
Suppose so.
I suppose if you look at the Mage deck, you're seeing not very much card draw and a lot of minions. So you don't want to lose the board. Keeping Soulfire in hand makes sense. Soulfire in face, yeah, it brings the Mage down to 19, but you'll do the damage with your creeps here as the Zoo Warlock.
Manowar Frostbolt's a decent play here. Obviously, it just gets Soulfired, but in a world where it didn't get Soulfired, it'd be a very strong play, I think. Also merit in just full clearing with the Frostbolt paying. Also merit in just playing 2 minions, although I think that's probably weaker than the other two.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of time from Culture here. The same thing in the Mulligan phase that went right down to 2 seconds. Just seems like one of these players, you got some money on the line in a tournament setting, really wants to think things through before acting at all.
4 mana River Croc, not what you like to see.
Without beast synergy.
With that Soulfire down, Culture feels safe to just play out the hand. Doesn't have a great way to deal with this board though.
No, and Sylvanas is a little bit of a problem here. Oof, especially with the Doom card coming out. Really tricky position here, especially seeing this Flame Strike in hand. If you go wide and try and play around Sylvanas here, well, Flame Strike's going to take you down. If you decide to go with the Doom Guard, you're just going to end up losing it.
Well, the Doom Guard, you can swing it into the Farseer, and then it's too low to get stolen by Sylvanas.
Yeah. And now here, even if you play the Leper Gnome and run the Doom Guard into Sylvanas, and Sylvanas steals the Leper Gnome still trades with the Doom Guard in 5-2.
Yeah, you kind of have to just let both cards get discarded, I think. Just giving up a Leper Gnome is actually really bad in this situation.
Feels bad to give up just about anything here. Well, this is the most patient line that Satur could take. A little bit surprised not to see a tap there. You can look at your opponent's deck list, see there's no fireballs in the deck, so you're not gonna get lethaled.
I mean, the hero power is just gonna do the job over a few turns. That's something.
You love my new recipe.
Lives to fight another day, but not sure it's gonna help too much. Not very many cards that you can draw into here as Satur. Young Priest is not one of them.
Yeah, definitely can't help but feel that those early turns could have been played a little bit better from Satur. But either way, the answers were had by culture.
Yeah.
Oh, well, looks like we've actually got the semifinals started
They
already.
may have started without us.
All right, well, uh-oh. Oh, there we go. Now we've got the ability to spectate.
Pretty
Yeah.
funny result for the first two games. Druid beating Paladin and then Druid beating Paladin. Maybe that's not funny to some people.
Yeah, it's just depressing.
Find that personally offensive.
But we do get Paladin versus Paladin, so a shot at redemption here.
The logical
That'll-
progression.
If you want a shot at redemption, it'll cost you 1 mana.
The light.
And the game, probably.
Doesn't look like we're seeing any redemptions today.
No,
Reporting for duty.
that can be a little tricky to handle.
Reporting for duty.
Is Milan Usk still hiding the hand from us?
Yeah, I believe so. I'll
Reporting for duty.
give it one more shot here. Alright, so very different varieties of Paladin. I'm sure you can just imagine what's in hand at the top. Lots of damage.
Yeah.
Hopefully for Huskanda, not a Divine Favor. There's a lot of clunky cards in the hand right now. You're not going to get to play for a couple more turns.
Right. And this is more of a traditional aggro paladin that we're seeing here as well. Got the 2 Hammers of Wrath, 2 Avenging Wraths, so a pretty heavy top end. No Blessing of Kings, and a regular amount of 1-drops, I suppose.
Yeah, no Arcane Golem either, which I'm a little surprised by. Looks like a Harvest Golem maybe in replacement, and probably something on the low end as well.
Yeah. This is kind of a little bit maybe more like Zoo, I suppose, where you're mostly dealing your damage with the board, not a lot of charge minions. And without a Blessing of Kings, I suppose it can make sense to cut the Arcane Golems, because you're not going to have a charger to throw that on.
This can be a full clear for Huskanda if she feels like she needs to deal with this board. Either the Hammer of Wrath or the Consecrate. I like using the Hammer of Wrath here to keep the Consecrate for another day.
Bye.
You lose the Pirate, but I don't think you're too sad about that. You also burn a decent amount of cards from your hand.
Yep. Yeah, very important to not allow the aggro paladin to draw a lot with Divine Favor. If it's hard to deal with their board and all of their threats, moving into like some of these later turns, it's going to be a lot harder when they draw like 6 cards off Divine Favor and do the same thing again.
I was going to say we might be seeing a draw 3 cards off Divine Favor here. I think the hero power signals to me that might not be there.
No, I don't think there's a Divine Favor here. Can also be waiting for Mukla to Divine Favor, although I should say, Mukla is a little bit weaker against decks that play Pyromancer, because that just gives it a lot of juice. Normally it's just Pyro Equality, but Pyro Banana will clear most boards here from the aggro player.
There's the pyro, but nothing to trigger it with unless you want to burn the equality, which I don't think you do. So this is probably just a Sunwalker play.
Yep, we got Tyrion coming up next turn. And that's a hard card to deal with. There's no Owl in Milan Yusk's deck.
Reporting for
Does
duty.
have his own equality. Potentially look at like an equality Avenging Wrath. I actually don't think you play Tyrion yet. You want to get your health off of this True Silver, and you don't really want the True Silver to override the Tyrion weapon. Well, let's see how Avenging Wrath goes. That was not great.
No, leaving Tyrion with 2 makes it tough to remove.
Now I think you definitely swing with the True Silver. Get the health while you can.
Yeah, not seeing a lot of charge minions. It might be consideration here to not even play True Silver,
I
but
have no time for games.
yeah, going with Sylvanas instead.
All right.
I mean, you know, as the control player here, I'm trying to think, how much damage can my opponent do with Leroy, Blessing of Might, that's 12.
Well,
I'll
he
need
used
some way to
one
deal with
Blessing of Might already.
That's
so
right.
Be like
Yes.
a Leroy Blessing of Might Consecrate. That would be 12? So that, I guess that's still short.
Yeah.
I don't think the Avenging Wrath after attacks him.
Yeah, kind of an interesting choice there. It's always, you want to be leaving one threat up there as the Paladin, just in case, you've got that last Blessing of Might or something.
Well, I think that's to play around the Sylvanas death rattle, right? Wants to
Yeah.
clear his own minion off.
Good point. Looks like that coffee's working for you, Dex. Maybe I need some more. Sylvanas, she has a death rattle. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, we know what that means.
The second Avenging Wrath, a little bit too much to deal with, unfortunately. Those represent so much damage.
A little surprised not to see both players using the well-met emote a little bit more. Usually in these Paladin on Paladin matchups, kind of nice to start that dialogue. That's how I get squelched every time, at least.
So the Warlock left for Mr. Usk.
Let's see, let's...
Looks like a pretty standard Warlock. Does have that Iron Beak Owl, which is actually really important against
Oh, yeah.
Control Paladin.
Yeah, so one owl and one coil, opting not to put in like 2 archers or something like that. So I guess not so worried about the aggro versus aggro matchup. Maybe a little bit more concerned about
I will fight with honor.
Druid, I would say. That's usually, I think, why you would want to play the owl.
So Control Paladin and Control Priest both going into Zoo Warlock for Huskanda. I think those are 2 good matchups, but they also aren't the best 2 decks in the format, so we'll see what she's able to do here.
Yeah, I would say this Control Paladin is probably in a pretty favorable position. This is one of those decks that tries a little harder to fight for the board in the early game, which I think does a lot in this matchup. But the Priest, if we get that far, I think will be really interesting because a lot of its potential is combo-based with the Akanai Circle, sometimes being able to power word shield on like an early Cleric or something like that. Although it is a more minion-heavy variety, still I think a very draw-dependent deck, so yeah, might be a little more even on that one.
Consecration's not going to full clear because of the Priestess. That's a little rough.
It's true. It does, you know, it does have the potential to set up for the second Consecrate, though. If you see one Consecrate out of your opponent's hand, you're thinking, okay, there goes the AoE. Now I can load up the board, but smartly here, just playing the 4/4.
You gotta really hope no Doomguard comes out.
Yeah.
You probably just play Holy Light, I think.
I might have preferred to play the dude there.
Why do you fall?
The light protects me.
Just gotta make it to 8 mana, but there is the owl.
Fight, maggot!
Now that's helpful. It makes it harder for Consecration to clear all of these minions.
Power
Oh,
clears off most of it.
Yep, just leaving a 1/1 up on the board.
yeah, huge help there.
Ganda can't be too unhappy about that.
Follow it up with like a Senjin into Tyrion. Hopefully there's no owl that comes out.
Yeah.
That's kind of your hopes now.
Juggler not too bad of a pickup here as well. It's just nice to help you clear some of those 1/1s from time to time as you're trying to get back on the board. Ooh, that's a really scary thing to do when you're heading into turn 8. I would at least want to see if the opponent has Tyrion first, but
I guess with the second Soulfire it makes a little more sense. This could be lethal with an abusive pickup.
right.
Not this time.
Are we going to see Tyrion? I would imagine we have to see Tyrion here. You've seen the owl. There's pretty much nothing else. You got like a Mortal Coil maybe that can pop the shield off of it. But even then, you're left
Mortal
with
Coil was used.
Ah,
That was used. The Silence was also used. Skanda is 1 damage off lethal if the board wasn't answered.
Cleanse the Sunwell.
That was 2 damage off
You must cleanse the Sunwell.
lethal. Or 3.
yeah, Defender of Argus really going to come in handy, huh?
Well,
Yes, still very, very tight. Because the extra health on the Senjin, not really going to help here. I think he's just going to be thrown away regardless.
Yeah, just getting time to swing with the Ashbringer here is nice. I think, you know, the question I would be thinking of is how do we play around the opponent's Defender of Argus? I think you have
Actually,
to trade here. I don't know.
you trade the Senjin, you dude Defender, put him down to 7. He can't really afford to tap,
Yep.
unless he draws a taunt.
Yep.
Doomguard doesn't kill you.
Reporting for duty. My shield.
I like this line.
Yeah, I think you have to do this with the threat of Doomguard.
There's no second Soulfire. Those were both used, so you're not going to die from this position. Oh, the Voidwalker coming out is really big. But is it enough? There's no, because that equality is going to be enough for Huskanda.
Very nice. Control Paladin beating the deck that it's supposed to be.
Okay. So 2-2, and just like everybody expected, it's going to come down to Control Priest.
Oh my.
Although again, I don't know, this is another one of these decks I have a hard time classifying an archetype for. It's got like a reasonable high end, but then it's got all this burst in there and handful of mid-range minions. I don't know, it's a goofy priest.
It's a very greedy lineup for sure. And I actually think if there's one deck the Control Priest is good into, it's Zoo.
I foresaw
But-
this encounter.
Absolutely.
I don't know if that's the case with this single Pyro. A couple other early game cards not included.
Yeah, single Pyro, single Holy Smite, but I mean, drawing the Northshire Cleric and having an Arcanine to start, pretty good.
Yeah, just need a Circle of Healing here, and this is looking like a pretty strong game. Second one dropping a Soulfire here.
Protects me.
No Soulfire.
Yeah, just gonna give up the heal.
I think representing a abusive in hand here.
Abusive or Direwolf?
Get in there and fight, maggot!
Turns out it's actually more than one abusive.
Yeah. Oh my.
Wow. Well, you only need one Pyro and one Holy Smite if you just do that.
Yeah, if you just draw them both, then you only need one.
What kind of favors do I have to do to RNGesus to make this happen in my games?
Oh my, yeah, and even with the Arcanine Circle,
Yeah.
follow up if necessary.
Yeah, it might not even be needed. Just the hero power will deal with a lot of these smaller minions.
And the 3/5 body too. Oh, you don't
Oh,
want
this
to be
is
playing
this
that.
is looking tragic.
This is crazy.
And no tap there. I'm a little confused about why not to tap. Maybe it's
I'm a
'cause
little-
Doomguard.
I would
It
think so.
is Doomguard.
Yeah.
I
Doomguard
even
win
need
the
two
50-50.
Doomguards. Oh, baby.
Okay.
But don't worry,
I
the
mean, I
one
think you have
death
to go
is
for
in
the
hand.
50-50 there as
Yeah.
the Zoo. Unfortunately, now you're kind of in need of your second Doomguard to really stabilize this board.
Do you
Yeah.
need a blessing?
We must cleanse the Sunwell.
I like this choice here from Huskanda to develop the Cairn. If not now, then when?
Yeah, you've got the death to deal with. Actually, I wonder if Holy Fire was better. Because you wouldn't be able to Holy Fire the second
Yeah.
Doomguard in theory, but you
Yeah.
would be able to Shadow Word Death it. And the hero power doesn't really do that much.
Yeah, I would agree with you there. Really, at this point, you're dominating the board here as priest. You probably want to be thinking, what are the things I'm going to lose to? And a second Doomguard is probably pretty high on that list.
Yeah, it's like you're saying, you know, with money on the line, you want to see these players maybe slow down just a little bit.
No reason to play it so fast. Give the spectators some time to breathe and look at the plays too.
Well, Holy Fire ends up being quite good here. That
One.
is better, as it turns out.
Yeah.
You heal your face first here?
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, hard to
Probably,
say.
yeah. I
Wait.
think so.
You've got the Holy Fire and the Mind Blast. You could even be aggressive here if you really wanted, but
I think you Mind Blast here, actually.
You might. It's also worth concealing that you have Mind Blast in hand.
Well,
Just keep your opponent guessing what that last card is in there. It's not really essential to play the Mind Blast.
well, that was crazy. I really thought that Defender play. It gave Mr. Milan Usk here a
Yeah.
chance to come back, but wow. Priest catapulting Huskanda into the finals. I mean, some guaranteed prize money here. Is this what we got for our bracket? We'll have to jump into Culture and Catopolis here. See who else is going to go on to face Huskanda. And then, yeah, Milan Usk here will be duking it out for third place. Try to get a cool $15 to end things off if possible.
Cups of coffee there.
Yeah, what does $15 get you now? with inflation. I think like 1 head of romaine lettuce, is that right?
Get you a medium-sized sub with chips and a drink at Firehouse Subs. Not sponsored, by the way.
Can buy you a hell of a lot of salt.
Ooh.
I don't know, I feel like a few players who are going to come away with no prize money here. Got plenty on hand.
Whoever could you be talking about?
Not no one in particular. Alright, let's reset this, get the deck lists ready to go. And we'll jump in. I know we haven't been doing too much of it up until now. But now that things are finally kind of slowing down, we can get a look at bans.
Yeah, we've been moving this tournament.
Yeah, a lot faster
Everyone's
than I
ready to go.
expected. Can't say I'm complaining.
What, you don't want to stream for 6 hours again?
I mean, you know, COVID streams are just less fun than regular streams. Okay, starting it off with Paladin here. Control Paladin against this Shaman.
I definitely see Shaman on one side and a control deck on the other, and you're definitely more leaning towards the side of the Shaman.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, it does look like Cultured banned Catopolis' Druid, Catopolis banning Culture's Rogue. And boy, haven't seen a single Rogue game on stream today.
Yeah, a lot of people have it, but not a lot of people are interested in playing against it, it seems. Which, not exactly a shocker there.
Yeah, I can't say it's too much of a surprise, but usually there's 1 or 2 people who are, yeah, either gearing their lineup to take out rogues, or they just feel like the way the other rogues are constructed, the other lineups constructed, they can take the chance. But yeah, nobody doing it today. Maybe that has to do with the prize money on the line. Just no point of taking the risk.
Yeah, as it turns out, when the stakes are higher, it kind of disincentivizes playing against the rogue. Because as it turns out, the deck beats you more often than it doesn't beat you.
It doesn't really matter what deck you're playing against it either.
Now we see this sometimes, really interesting inclusion of the youthful Brewmaster in this Paladin. I know there's a few fans of it. Combos well with a lot of things. I don't think it's in for any one particular reason. You know, sometimes it's good on an Aldor, potentially a Kodo, the Black Knight, Guardian of Kings for another heal, and some people even just liking the ability to heal up a minion in some of the grindier games. So, see if that comes into play in this series at all.
Yeah, I haven't seen too many Brewmasters recently. It's also just a 3/2 on curve if you really need it as well, kind of like Pyro, although I assume you probably wouldn't want that.
Well, it is Paladin. You are sometimes a little bit strapped for early game plays, so if your best is a 2-mana 3/2, you're not too sad.
No.
This is a heavy Shaman list, isn't it? Got the Sylvanas and the Ragnaros.
Hey, I don't
Ready
see a
to
lot
go.
of Ragnaros.
One shot.
Not a great Ragnaros turn this turn though. What do you do here? I guess you can actually clear with that fire elemental draw and the flame tongue. That's probably the play.
Yeah,
At least that's
it's
my
reasonable.
initial read. maybe there's something else you can do. I guess the defender you see Katopoulos hovering over, that's also a clear, and it doesn't kill your
My
Drake.
shield for Argus.
Right. I like this play here. You can also roll for a healing totem as well.
Yeah. I think you probably just Rockbiter the archer and then play the Mana Tide, or just Mana Tide. That's fine as well.
Tyrion always just like a little bit scary to play into any shaman lineup because of the amount of silence that they normally have. Here we got two Earth Shocks, right?
Put your
2 Earth Shocks, 2 Hexes, but none in the hand at the moment.
Yeah, there are really two ways you can go about it. You can play the Tyrion out early and just pray that they don't have their silence, or you can try and draw out all of those hexes and earth shocks later. In this situation, I'm not sure. It's a tough choice. But Tyrion working out here.
I'm just gonna say, what do you think about the rag play? Just rag and swing the Defender of Argus in. Go for the 50-50.
Yeah,
Looks like Katopoulos has a little bit more of an involved strategy going.
yeah. Trying to keep that Mana Tide alive. Might have played the
Playing around
Fire
BGH,
Fire. Yeah.
even though there's no BGH in
That's
the other deck.
Yeah.
That's what we'll say.
Good best practices, right? Best practices.
A little awkward, actually. You really want to be killing the board, but burning like a Pyro and a Consecrate really feels bad. I guess you've got the second Pyro quality. Even then you're wasting a lot of damage on the Fire Elemental that presumably you're going to kill with the weapon anyways.
Right, it's kind of like a game of chicken here for the Paladin. It's okay to leave some minions on the board if it incentivizes your opponent to start putting more and more minions on the board. If you can convince your opponent here, hey, I don't have Pyro equality, I have no way to clear your board, then that might say to them, well, suggest a rag choice, and then you're really getting a lot of juice out of it.
Yeah, looking at this position, if it wasn't for the rag, I really don't mind kind of any way of dealing with things, whether it's a full clear or you're just dropping something like the Aldor on the Fire Elemental, taking out the totem. But every line just makes
Ran
rag
out of
seem
time
so
there.
good.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
honestly
like
just
using the
all the rag.
equality.
Nor do I. Ragnaros is a little bit scary.
Yeah, I think maybe just ran out of time and panicked a little bit. I think it was... You have enough mana for Pyro Consecrate, right? So you Pyro Consecrate Aldor, the Fire Elemental, and then swing in. That's a full clear. I think that's probably what I would have gone for, but like you said, there is the merit in leaving minions on the board and incentivizing the Shaman to play more.
Yeah, I might honestly have just played Alter Hero Power, swing into one of the totems with the Ashbringer, and call it good.
Definitely not unreasonable.
Yeah, and dealing with one really big minion on the board is not a great place for the Paladin, especially when it's Ragnaros. The Aldering that does really nothing about his end of turn effect.
Yeah, the humility not going to do very much to the Ragnaros, as it turns out. But I guess the weapon, though, as it turns out.
Yeah, with no, Ragnaros is here as an alternate finisher to Alakir. And with no Alakir, I might even drop myself lower as Paladin. Your health total is a really powerful resource for this deck. If you can get yourself low and heal back up, that means you've taken a lot of damage to the face that otherwise could have gone to minions. Just gotta stay outside of lethal range. But I could also understand Rockbiter plus Doomhammer just kills you there, so maybe not.
Speaking of Doomhammer, I'm kind of surprised he didn't play the Doomhammer and just start swinging.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a really interesting game, the way that it's going. I'm kind of trying to look ahead into future turns, and really, I think we're just slated for a long one, kind of no matter how this goes. Like you said, there's not tons of burst potential without the Alakir, and we've got heals from the Paladin, lots of draws, both players sitting on tons of removal.
That's a big totem roll.
Oh yeah.
To be fair, that is kind of what you tend to do as Shaman into control decks. That's all rolled before anyways. They would have killed even without the spell damage.
Yeah.
But you tend to go into fatigue against control decks more often than you would expect if you aren't familiar with Shaman. Like, you've just got so many ways to remove their big minions and so many ways to get little things on the board that can just chip away at them, that a lot of times you are playing the grindy game into control Paladin, control Warrior.
Yeah, Shaman has some ways to kind of play fast on boards. Not too many, but and they have some burst. But yeah, like you say, a lot of times in these slower matchups, it's really just about clicking that button every single turn. Just setting up a bunch of annoying totems on the board. Get a taunt totem in there to block Ashbringer. Get a healing totem in there to heal anything up.
Once again, I think Culture may have used an equality that was not necessary.
Yeah, at this point, a lot of the big threats are out of the deck, so it might be okay here. And Brewmaster actually looking pretty good here. It's going to get value out of at least one of these minions on the board. If Catopoulos' plan is to keep going face with this Doomhammer, well, bouncing that Guardian of Kings is going to be good.
I was just about to ask about that. I sort of expected to see it there on that turn, just because of the threat of something like Hex. But it looks like it
clear here.
might actually survive the turn.
I would Hex. Like, you've already seen Tyrion. You don't see a lot of big minions in this deck other than Tyrion, so I think the Hex is correct.
I agree. I think it's a great time to use it. And okay, so we do see it. He was hovering that Harvest Golem for a while, but I think that it takes a lot of the steam out of what the Brewmaster is capable of. Picking up the coat
is actually really big.
Just keep swinging face with the weapons.
Survive, yeah. Just keep going face. That's a big draw, though. With no Pyros, this Consecrate is not going to kill these wolves.
Right.
It's pretty problematic. With the Healing Totem, too. Although...
It does have the ability to bounce this Kodo.
I'm not gonna let him.
Okay.
Well, Drake would be a huge draw here.
Yeah, outside of Drake, this is actually kind of an annoying board to deal with.
Truth is my shield.
Reporting for duty.
Culture just chewing through some stuff here. Oh,
That's
Earthshock
another
off
big
the
draw.
top. Yeah. Flame Tongue's gotta feel good here. So this healing totem quite strong as well. Well, this sets up a Consecrate, at least. You know, there are a couple things that are worth killing here.
Sets up a Consecrate, but it doesn't actually deal with the Flame Tongue.
Right.
That's a decent draw.
Good swing first, make sure that, yeah, if it was Consecration first, you'd be taking an extra 2 damage from Wolf.
For duty.
You're really looking for Taunt Totem to keep this Flame Tongue alive.
Yeah. There you go. Ask
Easy
and
enough.
ye shall receive.
Although peeking Humility to give the Taunt Totem an extra attack.
Now you're thinking.
Yeah, that is really not the draw you wanted to see this turn.
No.
What
Rather
do you do here? I guess you, like, Brewmaster hero power Argus? Just get bored.
Reporting for duty.
Well, they're down so low. I guess he's at the point where he's got to know there's a pretty reasonable chance of a lightning storm next turn.
Yeah, but what else do you do?
I mean, if you're not doing that, I think you're just playing it super patient, right? Like you can take out that taunt totem, force him to try to roll it again, try to develop a board with your coming draws.
Yeah.
What does the Shaman have left, actually? I think he's used both Fire Elementals.
Fix me.
He used both Feral Spirits. Defender? Well, I guess there's the Ardent Squire. That's also
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, Ragnar, all of the top end is gone. I think there's a Drake left. I think
There's no
one
AoE
Drake.
anymore. I'm a little bit surprised that the weapon was used to hit the minion.
Yeah. Oh,
There's one way you die, and it's this True Silver. Want to make sure you've got.
oh, I think there's still a Hammer of Wrath here. Unless I'm mistaken, maybe that was played earlier.
I think it was. I don't know. We've seen more paladins than I'm used to. It's starting to blend together. I wasn't ready for this.
No,
No,
Holy Light is strong.
this is really interesting, though. Fatigue becomes a real consideration here as well. Next turn, both players going to be down at 3. So even just healing up and getting the bit of heal from True Silver, you're potentially going to give Culture the advantage there. But yeah, the play that you thrown out last turn, that Brewmaster Dude Argus play, even if it eats the Lightning Storm, like it was potentially the right move as well, just because of how thin both players are on cards.
Yeah, I see some real patient play here.
I think we might see a Hex Your Own Minion play.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
You really do not want to be taking this True Silver Swing.
No, putting yourself at 2 is a very risky spot. That means you have to win. And so 3 cards left in. So 5 turns total on a clock.
What other big minions does the Paladin have? I think it's just Azure Drakes, which not great.
Maybe a Sunwalker left. It feels like you want to play the Drake, but you're running out of cards here too.
Reporting for duty.
So now I'm gonna put this on the board. And again, this feels like it might be just a little bit too late. Without a consecration in the deck, you kind of just got to put minions on board. Now this Flame Tongue is getting massive, massive value. If you ever put anything on the board, it just gets traded into really simply.
Yeah, it looks like the Shaman actually does enough damage before Fatigue kicks in. There's no more healing for the Paladin.
Yeah.
You've got all these set minions to less attack, but none of them actually do anything because of the Flame Tongue. And
Yeah.
the fact that they're all 1 or less attack to begin with.
You're just actually increasing the amount of damage your opponent has on the board. The only target is this 1/1 Argent Squire as well.
Is the last card the second Azure Drake for Culture?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I had to step away in the middle
It's
of
either
this.
Azure Drake or Sunwalker.
Okay.
I think it's Sunwalker.
Yeah, in that case, Katapalo is actually playing it smart, knowing that he could take this True Silver Swing and has the Hex for the last the last playable threat. I think I would have liked actually trading in the 1/1, but I don't know if it really makes a difference.
No, I think that either one is just the same. Oh, it's Ascension.
Well, really, it's a frog, so...
Very true, very true. What's the last card in the Shaman deck? Is it Lightning Storm?
We'll never know. No, I don't think it was a lightning storm. I think we did see a lightning storm earlier.
Well,
Or a couple, sorry.
Two.
Yeah, we did see 2 lightning storms.
Defender of Argus, maybe?
Yeah. Defender of Argus is not a card you want to see there.
I mean, the Shaman has the board that the Paladin can't deal with, and
Right.
the Paladin isn't going to survive before fatigue kills the Shaman, so...
Yeah, kind of seen an interesting interplay there between the Shaman hero power and the Paladin hero power. You know, the 1/1 you're guaranteed 1 attack. Shaman hero power you're guaranteed just 2 health. But in that situation, really, the Shaman hero power plus a single Flame Tongue on the board just makes all the difference.
Yeah, you almost wonder if he had to use the last weapon charge on the Flame Tongue. Maybe that's enough to win with fatigue, but it's hard to
That's a
say.
good point. Good point. I think probably playing
Actually, yeah, that
Master
I think that
earlier
was
is
just
good.
the play because
Yeah.
the Shaman's still going to die to 3 turns of fatigue instead of 2, and then he's missing out on 4 damage a turn. May have been another slightly hasty decision.
Yeah, really tough to anticipate these late game scenarios where you have your opponent's deck list, and presuming that they loaded it into their tracker so they can see exactly what's left, and just a lot of math to do there at the end, calculating how much damage your opponent is able to do, and whether you're able to just make them trade a couple of minions to get them into fatigue.
So how does this control warrior versus control-ish mage turn out?
Yeah,
Assuming it's still not positive for the mage.
I wouldn't think so. I've played some varieties of Mage that I guess slightly resemble this. They've got a little less tempo, a little more grind to it, and I mean it's certainly a lot more favorable than the Freeze Mage matchup. You still run into this problem with endless armoring up, and it's just so many threats from the warrior. But there are some cards in here that are pretty difficult to deal with, right? Cairn is annoying. Harrison can be pretty good. I guess we don't see a Gore Hell target here. In particular, you got the Rag, which is gonna force some removal to be used. But I think what you're really hoping for in this matchup is to establish some of this early tempo with stuff like the Mana Worm into maybe Farseer and that. And without that early tempo, I really like the Warrior's position.
Yeah, I would agree there. I think a lot of times the strength of a mage deck like this is just getting some tempo on the board and forcing your opponent to use either some of their premium removal early or just awkwardly, leave the mage with a minion on the board every turn, which means they get to chip down at that armor and have a much better shot at winning. But this is a different kind of freeze mage too. This is this one that's not doesn't really get just hard countered by warrior armoring up every single turn. Has a lot more minions, a lot more ways to interact with the board.
Yeah, like some interesting stuff here. Something like Ascension. If you look at the hand of Katopolis, yes, he can go ahead and shield slam it, but is that the best way of actually dealing with something that's just it's just a 3/5 on the board? But he really doesn't have a lot of great options. He doesn't have something like Slam and Fiery War Axe. Maybe gonna opt to hope for some value out of Sylvanas, but there's the threat of Polymorph. It's a bit of a
Whirlwind does
difficult
lot here.
spot.
That was a really good draw.
Yeah, getting can help, but you're Dex, you're right that a lot of these minions that normally would get a lot of value on the board, like Sylvanas or Karen or something, they're just going to get polyed. There are 2 polys in the deck, and you're staring down a person with 9 real cards in their hand. Probably not super happy to just trot out a Sylvanas onto a board and expect it to get some value.
Probably just play the second Whirlwind here as well. With Baron Geddon, that's a clear on this 3/3.
Sure. But at the same time, Whirlwind is a powerful combo card that can be used with Armor Smiths and Acolytes. You could be gaining, 4 armor, 6 armor, and drawing a card with that Whirlwind rather than just, 1 mana deal 1 damage.
I think the bigger issue is that it's an execute activator, and that's a little bit important since there are a lot of big minions that you're going to be needing to remove.
Yeah. I had an interesting choice here to drop this engine, take 2 damage on it. I might have preferred to even just play Vape here.
Do you Corkron into this?
I guess not. Maybe just trying to save up for a brawl here.
Yeah, potentially. I'm not sure it is. It's just it's a little bit awkward to deal with. Yeah, like I said, some of these mid-range guys, but it's only going to get more difficult if he plops down that Cairn.
Yeah, the Karen is going to be really tough to handle. Although,
He's got the Sylvanas.
Got the
You can
Sylvanas shield slam, but yeah, maybe a further testament to why you would want to play that Corkron last turn. Just be able to get a clean Sylvanas steal here.
Yeah, now
it
you have
might
to burn
take a
the
turn.
execute if you want to do it.
Right.
Which it looks like not going to be the play.
Not willing to do so. Yeah, I like this. At the same time, this thing's just going to get... The Sylvanas is going to get polyed anyway, right? If you play it.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I also think that the longer this game goes, the less sure Katopoulos is that he's going to be able to get value out of these shield slams. There's actually some very reasonable threats that can deal with it.
Yeah.
I have no time for games.
There's got too much armor here to play Alex confidently. Now the Karen was summoned first, and Death Rattles trigger in the order in which a minion was played. So if the Karen trades in here, you're giving up a 4/5 to Culture.
Well, you're not giving up the 4/5 until next turn for whatever it's worth.
You might just play it this turn. I'm not sure what the plan is to finish that last 1 health on Sylvanas is.
Honestly, with the War Axe draw, I was wondering if you just play a bunch of minions and start hitting face.
Yeah, sure. It's a
Obviously,
reasonable line. We haven't seen any of the AoEs come out of the Mage, so it might seem a little scary to do so. And always these boards with Sylvanas and Karen both on the board are really tough to navigate for both players. Just a real game of chicken.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like this guaranteed Karen steal.
This makes Brawl a lot less effective as well. Now, you gotta like Shield Slam first, then Brawl, then hope that you can kill the last thing with like a War Axe or something.
Well, we do see the combo Armorsmith and Brawl.
Armor
That's right.
made to fit.
I don't know if the secret is Ice Block or Vaporize yet, which seems very scary.
Yeah, don't want to run Braum in there. I guess waiting patiently for this second Corkron to come out.
Could Corkron Shield Slam? Maybe combo it with the Armor Smith to gain a couple extra armor. Does
feel kind of
pretty
bad, yeah, using so many resources out of hand, especially without an Acolyte Whirlwind sitting there to help out. And now with the second Vaporize draw, I think you play one of the Vaporizes. You know, you'll catch a Corcoran with the first one, and then you'll get to catch the Grom with the second one. And I think, yeah, the Mage in a really happy spot here. Still 10 cards in hand. You know, not that it really matters, but still the coin. Maybe you can roleplay as a mini Druid.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Mage's position the more that I look at it. You know, even down to 15 with those 2 ice blocks, I mean, 15's a little deceptive, but even the barrier as well, right? We haven't seen that, so if Grom is able to get the combo off, push a bunch of damage, it's still going to be a little bit difficult to close out. I think that last little bit if we can see an ice barrier go up.
And considering that the Mage isn't really playing any card draw in this deck as well, 2 things. First, obviously really happy to have a full hand without having to have to draw your way into it. And second, they're going to fatigue second, so that means that, you know, the old combo, like Mage having an ice block up and then drawing dead drawing a fatigue doesn't kill him. 11 cards still left and a lot of value.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because I think there's a lot more consideration than there is in a lot of other games as to whether or not to play that Harrison. The draw starts to become a little more of a question. Obviously, one draw not going to do you in, and taking out the War Axe is quite nice. But yeah, not just an automatic trigger pull there.
Yeah, I think that's smart. I don't think it's necessary to, you know, immediately remove that weapon. With no Gore Howl, you think, yeah, sure.
I don't know if I like this double Acolyte play.
No, I thought the one going down was a sign that we were about to see Brawl, perhaps.
It's also what I was thinking. Yeah, Culture, I think playing this correctly, giving the Acolyte as many draws as he can.
Yeah.
Depending on if he wants to use the Flame Strike or the Blizzard. I think Flame Strike's actually probably better. Even though you're losing 1 extra draw on the Acolyte, you're still giving him 3 cards, and more importantly, you know, putting in 3 cards closer to fatigue.
Right. Yeah, no, I like this Blizzard here. I mean, it just really, and the Flame Strike has a little extra reach too.
Yeah, with the double Vaporize, double Polymorph, and now that Warrior is like 5 or 6 cards down in fatigue, things are not looking great. What are the current cards in deck right now?
So we got 5 cards for the Warrior, 9 for the Mage. Make that 4.
That's a textbook example here of the threat being stronger than the execution. As the Warrior player, you see so many cards in your opponent's hand, you're just afraid to play anything. Whether it's Polymorph or Vaporize, you just don't want to play your cards, which is always a really frustrating position to be in.
Good.
Ditch the Acolyte. Yeah. At least the board is clear for now.
Yeah, I think seeing that Brawl, you know, that's why I would have opted for the Flame Strike on the previous turn, just so he didn't have the opportunity to win there with the Acolyte. But with that outcome on the Brawl, I think you're really happy as the Mage player. You were still able to push that extra damage to strip some armor. And now, yeah, I really just don't see a way back into it for Katopolis.
The thing is, I would have Shield Slammed this This Black Knight 100%. Your win con is getting him to so low health that even though you're behind in fatigue, it doesn't matter. Like, you really needed that Ragnaros to hit face. And now you're really out of it, I think. Like, even though it feels bad to be using the Shield Slam there, I don't know if you have a choice.
Yeah, there aren't too many targets left for Shield Slam, but certainly Alex is a consideration. At some point you're going to have to deal with that card. Got BGH in hand, so maybe we'll see the Shield Slam.
You've got BGH for the Alex. I'm not sure how you deal with the Rag. I guess that's what he's worried about, but
yeah.
Either way, I just don't know how you win without that 8 damage to face.
And we're not going to see the full clear here. Just going to leave Karen on the board to try and deal with this Drake. But the threat hasn't gone away. This polymorph has been here for a while.
Now the Shield Slam isn't even good. I guess you can kill the Azure Drake. Jeez. Well, actually, Faceless could potentially do things. If Culture plays his Rag, then the Faceless BGH could come down. It really just depends on... It's Culture's game to lose, I think. But there are ways that he can misorder his cards that could result in a loss.
Yeah, I agree. Finding, realizing that Ragnaros, as powerful a card as it is susceptible to this Faceless, and is really one of the only ways to get back in the game. Probably best to hold off on that card right now. Might even just see Flame Strike ping here. It's like how many...
You don't even need to. You have Vaporize. I guess there's a Faceless, so you actually do have to at least freeze it.
But yeah, I think that was really well put, just to say it's Culture's game to lose. The unfortunate part for Katopolis here, as we've seen from Culture the whole tournament, really taking his time on everything from mulligans to every single turn, every decision. And this whole game really makes me think he's played this matchup a number of times. He's comfortable with it. I've seen what I think are no real mistakes on his part.
Yeah, very, very well navigated. I like every play that we've seen here. The second Flame Strike really is just going to seal it.
Play the Mana Worm first.
Sure.
Yeah, I like this play. It's a little bit funnier.
So just this Alex in hand here. You're at 30. Your opponent is at exactly 15. There's never been a good time to play that. Nothing fancy here, just close it out nice and simple. Probably just a polymorph, Kirin Tor, Hero Power. I mean...
Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Don't be that guy, Culture.
He's just giving the audience something to freak out about at the end here. Yeah, really, really well done by Culture here. I think the deck itself is very interesting. Either way, we'll get to see Culture duking it out for first or third place. So I'm excited to maybe see some more out of this Mage, because it's been pretty good so far, and yeah, the play as well.
Yeah, strong plays, well navigated. Good choices to keep so many cards in hand. Good choices not to put too many minions on the board, play into Brawl, things like that. Yeah, holding those polys. Just strong, smart plays all around. Nothing too hasty, very patient play out of Culture.
Now this is what I love. This is my kind of tournament. Control Warrior versus Control Paladin. After that nice, grindy Mage versus Warrior, this is my masochistic idea of fun.
Jeez.
But this Paladin list, I think gets really interesting. I kind of harped on it earlier. The double defender of Argus without a lot of the early game. But this isn't a matchup where I think you really need to try to establish that early game presence. It's, that the owl is very, very valuable here. You can just be super patient, playing your hero power a lot. So I think it gets a big boost in this matchup.
Yeah, I would say just in general, this matchup tends to be pretty favored toward the Paladin just because of their hero power. As at some point you just run out of options to remove these 1/1s for the warrior, and those 1/1s will, if one stays on the board, it's having your hero power every single turn from 2 armor to 1, and you put 2 on the board, and all of a sudden you're on a clock.
Do you ever play BGH here?
Is that
I don't think
inevitable?
there's any BGH targets in the opposing Paladin deck.
You have Taskmaster to buff a minion and BGH it, but yeah, you might be right here.
Yeah, Taskmaster, the faceless, I think, as well, maybe a bit of a concern. He's running 2. There might be a chance later in the game where you have to plop down a Rhaegar and Alex, and you'd like to have a BGH in hand to deal with the counterplay.
Set up for the whirlwind, but there is no whirlwind at the moment.
Yeah, I really would love to have like acolytes, armor smiths, whirlwind, so you can just get some value early here and get a little ahead on the board as the warrior. But these 1/1s just gonna keep coming. I would expect to see Katopolis hero powering pretty much every turn here.
Reporting for duty.
The onus is really on the warrior to put something on the board and do something meaningful.
Yeah, I think the only time you're really feeling pressure to run more stuff out is when the warrior's generating a lot of armor, and Culture hasn't been able to do that yet. So yeah, absolutely just fine being patient here. I am a little surprised that we didn't see the faceless on the previous turn, though. Karen is only a 6-mana minion, but I feel like against a warrior,
it's a 6-mana minion that neither deck is really well equipped to deal with.
Exactly, yeah.
Got an owl in hand. Maybe he's waiting to play faceless, then owl, his opponent's Karen. To be expected here, shield block, shield slam. So cycles 2 cards and kills the Sunwalker, that's fine.
Yeah, it looks like you're right.
Gotta be the play.
Oh, but no owl this time.
Yeah, I'm curious, what are you keeping the owl for in this situation? There's also just the addiction of pressing that button here as the paladin as well. So
That's true.
Yeah, just keep pushing the button, and that's kind of your path to victory. So it doesn't really matter. There's no way that the Karen dies this turn reasonably. So may as well hold it until you're ready.
The only thing I can think is Katopolis is somehow looking 15 plays in the future to getting his own Tyrion face list, and then you can silence it.
Oh, baby.
But it looks like Culture, not sure if it was a serious consideration or not, but hovering over that Tinkmaster, maybe deciding to roll the dice a bit here.
That seems like madness.
You've got the option of a whirlwind to, take out those dudes, but I like this. I don't think it's necessary to take that risk. And speaking of Tyrion, Tinkmaster can be very effective later on for that.
Yeah, one of the problems though is, I suppose we see the Taskmaster in hand, but one of the problems with relying on Tinkmaster too much is that Paladin just waits until turn 10 and plays hero power with the Tyrion, making it a lot more difficult to deal with. And wow, no owl here, huh? No owl on Karen.
Yeah, I'm very curious what comes out of that. There's times where, yeah, I get very perplexed by some of these deck choices. It's an interesting inclusion to have Owl in your deck, but then when you don't play it in these situations that are seemingly quite obvious, it really makes me wonder more about the decision in the first place.
I think you should have lay on hands. He's got exactly a health missing. It's a great play.
Very good. There are a couple cards in the deck you don't even need, so you can just burn those off the top.
Exactly.
The only thing I can think of is that the prime scary target here is Sylvanas, so maybe keeping the Owl for that. Paladin says, okay, so, you know, we're going to win the value game in the long term no matter what with all of these hero powers. So Karen is supposed to be a value card that wins the board. It's not going to do that against the Paladin, so why silence it here?
You might see a silence on the Sylvanas.
Be better. There's no other target for it anymore. I mean, really, what are you going to do? Silence Grom?
I feel like that is just going to be this whole game, us going,
Yeah.
Does he silence that? Does he silence this? And then he's going to silence like an armor smith or something.
Finally, the value we've been waiting for. Wait, he plays Acolyte and silences his own Acolyte so he doesn't overdraw?
Oh my god, genius.
You can only see these brilliant plays here, folks.
That's right. That's right. The top of the top. Well, you don't necessarily really want to play Grom here. Yeah, it's not really a clean way to remove.
I can't say I love that play, though.
No, especially considering that the primary win condition here for the Paladin is just to keep clicking the button and accumulating guys on the board, and Geddon is one of 3 ways that you really have to deal with that kind of play. You've got Geddon, Whirlwind, and Brawl. And giving up one of those options just to deal 2 damage to a Drake and not even clear it, I think that's a little suspect.
Yeah, he's used the Whirlwind. I believe he's only running 1. And there's the Geddon, so...
Yeah, I'm wondering if Culture looks at this position, sees a Taskmaster in Grom, and is thinking, you know, maybe he wants to kind of get aggressive here, force Catopolis to potentially swing into Geddon, but, you know, Paladin's got a bunch of heal, tons of cards in hand. I'm not sure that that's really the right move to go for, if that's what he's thinking.
Reporting for duty.
And this is the point where it starts to get a little bit scary for the warrior here as well, when your hand runs a little thin and you stop having the perfect response to every card in hand, which really kind of opens up the door for some abusive minions to come down, mid-range minions that are tough to deal with, though, 2 for 1.
Well, I think the big thing here for Culture is actually getting that Gore Howl. Oh, and there it is.
I was gonna say this looks like as good a brawl as you're gonna get, but he actually just wants to set up this potential lethal, assuming Catopolis doesn't heal himself with the Grom and the Quill Taskmaster. And it looks like...
Goes for True Silver, smart.
Probably just see the brawl now, I would imagine. Right?
So,
You've got the brawl winner now, even.
Yeah.
that's right.
Great play.
That's right.
Also the silence target.
Enter the champion.
Oh, just about.
I might have even, you got 27 HP here. I might have even just preferred hitting the Golem, armoring up, waiting until next turn to brawl. It's like you're running so low on cards that with 4 cards against 8 in your opponent's hand, you gotta find value somewhere. And your AoE removal, you don't want to leave 2 cards up at the end with a Gore Howl equipped.
It's a lot of plays, and not a lot of them are good. Do you ever just swing? Like, just Grom Taskmaster, go face. Probably keep the Gore Howl, actually. But just put him to 8.
Consideration.
Boy, I don't know. I think if you do that, you would swing with the Gore Howl, and then just hope. I think he's another War Axe, right? Or am I wrong on that?
I believe he's used both.
That maybe the Core Crime. I'm trying to think how he could finish him after.
Yeah, he's got 1 Korkron, I believe.
Okay, yeah, then maybe you could keep the Gore Howl.
Yeah, I was thinking just, probably sit here and wait to find a Korkron, swing face with the Korkron, and maybe do a little bit of praying.
Ooh, that is a scary play.
It never feels good dropping that when you know that they've still got Tyrion in their hand or in their deck. Avenging Wrath, I think a pretty good card here. Yeah, you want to speed it up just a little bit. There aren't very many outs for the Warrior, in fact almost none. Really no danger and just kind of accelerating.
Interesting.
Oh, come on! There's no way.
This fucking hell, man. Just finally getting some value here, telling that Silverhand recruit to shut up.
Yeah,
Honestly, messed up. You should be able to silence the summoning sickness. Just give it charge. This is a great change, I swear.
Swing into that Alex if you're gonna. Maybe? No. Okay.
yeah, with the quality, it's okay.
Yeah.
We are looking, let's see, 6 cards left, 6 cards left, so I mean there is some worry of fatigue here.
My shield for Argus.
The defender is really good.
Yeah, definitely. Having
Sets
seen
up
the
a
brawl,
little.
having seen the Geddon, now it's time for the Paladin to just drought out all of these minions that are really annoying. Yep.
Alright, well, Iron Beak Owl on the Silverhand Recruit, apparently the way to go.
Yeah. I mean, it was a play that was so backbreaking, his opponent had to resign the next turn, so I can totally understand it. It's maybe not the play I would have made, but yeah, I'm maybe not as strong a player.
That's why we're not the ones playing on stream, clearly.
Exactly. We're just in the peanut gallery.
Okay, so what does that mean Katopolis has left? It looks like Druid? Is that right? Paladin, Warrior.
He's got the Warrior.
No, yeah, because
They
the
lost
Druid
it.
was banned. That's right, the Warrior.
Might see the matchup. Oh, never mind.
Oh, yeah,
I'm
they're
gonna
way
swap to Paladin first.
Yeah, I'm good with that, yeah.
Right.
Get a win with Paladin, end on the Warrior Mirror. Put a stop to everything you said earlier about this going nice and quick.
It's gonna be as long as all of the series before it combined.
Well, if you're going to win that big fat check, you got to work for it a little bit here, so get some long games in. Already a pretty promising start here for the Paladin player. Got a nice curve, got Kodo to deal with Armor Smith or Acolyte. True Silver always helps control the board. Not very many warrior minions early on that don't fear True Silver. Hammer of Wrath, also pretty good, can deal with like a Gorkron or something.
Meanwhile, for the Warrior, not the best hand. Now, Whirlwind can help, but as we've seen from last game, you probably want to hold on to that.
Yeah, yeah, I think, as the warrior here, knowing that you'll get so badly outvalued, you probably just got to use your own hero power to hang on, get pretty low, and then find really efficient uses for those cards.
Yeah, I'm taking a look through these two decks. You know, now that they've flipped positions, trying to see what cards really stand out for this particular matchup. So they are built a little bit different than their opponents have it. So no Gore Howl for the Warrior, which I think can be super valuable at grinding out some of these mid-sized minions. It is a Warrior deck that does do pretty good against stuff that's small. It's got the double Whirlwind, only a single Brawl, but even like a Drake, a couple Korkrons for early stuff. The Paladin, on the other hand, though, stuff like double Humility, right? We see that Brewmaster again, less focused on the mid-game and late-game minions, a little more on the early side of things, which I think is going to hurt a little bit here.
Surprised that Katopoulos isn't going for the coin Baron Geddon here. To be honest, I think that's the play. Looks like that is what he's decided after some deliberation.
Yeah, I don't mind this. In fact, kind of tough to deal with here. Just one.
It's the turn. It's the turn before Aldor Kodo can come down,
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
nice. Although maybe you want this to be Aldor Kodo instead of like Ragnaros or Sylvanas.
Right.
Or I guess Sylvanas you would want, like Alex. That's another big minion. There's a few that the Warrior's running, as it turns out.
Now, typically when I play against a Warrior, I just assume that I can burn as much health as I want until I get down to 15, because they're going to Alex that off anyway. So I would be in favor of a Hammer or Wrath here. Just getting that card. It doesn't have a great amount of value at this point in the game anyway, so maybe a Hammer, swing in with the True Silver, Hero Power, wait for a juicier target, because 5 HP is not that much, right? 8 HP is starting to be like, yeah, you want to play Alder plus Kodo.
Yeah, I think you are fine not playing the Aldor here. If you're really worried, I think you can like play Senjin. Well, no, I guess you can't Senjin Hammer of Wrath, so if you're Hammer of Wrath, then you're just throwing out the minion.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just play it patiently, right?
Reporting for duty.
Give those little Silverhand recruits a chance to shine.
Let the pain speak to me.
I mean, Whirlwind for the draw. It, obviously nice to draw, but I mean, like we've talked about so much, expecting a flood of dudes coming out. I'm not sure I like getting rid of that Whirlwind so early.
He has the second one at least.
Also, not 100% sure that you want to be drawing a lot of cards in this matchup either, from both sides.
Definitely was merit in just playing Acolyte and then Hero Powering.
The Earth Mother is here.
Ooh.
Do we just slam it?
It's not gonna die to a shield, like Sylvanas Shield Slam is not enough to kill a Sylvanas, so.
At the same time, you know, I'm a little bit reticent to drop a Tyrion this early in the game. It's, you know, again, the way that you win this matchup is just by hero powering as the Paladin every single turn, and, you know, maybe playing a minion if you want, but mostly just hero powering and forcing the Warrior to deal with it.
Armor made to fit.
Okay. I was actually expecting maybe Sylvanas to come down here. I suppose you don't want to stake your turn with life on, you know, what is a 50-50 currently, and can become even worse later.
Yeah, that one maybe not great. So now what do you do as the Paladin? Are you scared enough of this board to clear it? And if so, how?
Oh, imagine we're really at 7 HP because of Grom Taskmaster. Here's the Paladin, so need to taunt up or do something.
Well, no, that's both Taskmasters have been.
Oh
used.
yeah, okay, so we'd be at, yeah, so it wouldn't be, we'd be 2 off lethal as the Warrior here. Potential for Brawl, I don't know. Having these 2 minions on the board makes it a little bit trickier. I can understand wanting to get rid of the Acolyte here. Hey,
Alright, we've redeemed ourselves after last time.
the old maxim is true.
This is actually lethal.
For duty.
Oh, not gonna play this engine
Well,
here.
if Ragnaros hits face, I guess it's lethal.
Yeah.
An error, to be sure.
Well,
You can guarantee it though, right?
Yeah,
Well,
the whirlwind
you can't,
execute.
and now it's gonna be 1 damage off.
yeah.
You go for it now.
Boy, maybe.
No, you play Corcoran. Or no, actually, you would guarantee the rag this turn, and then
Yeah, I like
Or for next
guaranteeing
turn.
the rag this
Uh-huh.
turn. Just play the whirlwinds. Maybe even swing into the Drake. I don't know. I suppose. Yeah, I guess now you don't have the armor.
yeah, I think
Okay. Gonna play the Corcoran first. That makes sense. Get the small minion out there first. Although there aren't very many chances here to really guarantee a rag shot after this. You know that the Paladin's probably going to have at least a 1/1 up every time. And with that Whirlwind in hand, you can't do exactly what you want here, which is to Whirlwind and guarantee a clean rag shot.
yeah, now maybe you just consider playing the Corcoran and holding on to whirlwind.
Yeah.
Weapon is fine.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure. Okay, I guess this is fine. Yeah, I'm not sure I like this as much as securing the rag on the previous turn, but
Well,
maybe
the
it's not
good
such a
news
big difference.
for Katopolis is that there is no healing. So
Option.
he can't guarantee the rag, but he can make it like a 50-50. 50-50 to either clear the board or end the game, which turns out both of those options are quite good when you also have a Ragnaros on the field at the end of the turn.
Yeah. I think as your resources are being so depleted here as the warrior player, you really have to just go for these kind of 1-outs, with rag.
Well, and it does depend, did Katopolis buy the Death Knight
Oh, well,
expansion?
there you go.
I guess he
Alright.
did. Yeah.
Cool.
Ragnaros not needed. Troll Warrior Mirror not happening.
Dang.
Dex will be upset about that one.
I am.
Yeah. Missed out on some greetings emotes. Missed out on some couple of orcs putting on armor.
My favorite.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Okay, well that does bring us to the end of that round, which means our third place and finals games will be ready to go. So once this updates, we'll see Culture dropping to duke it out with Milan Usk for third place, and then we'll play that out first. Then we'll have to jump into the match with Huskanda. Now let's see. We'll notify these players to get going. We'll see if we can't get our billionaire friend here to maybe enable spectating. Assuming that it's not just a Blizzard bug.
Usually a good assumption to make. Anyways, I am going to have to step out, unfortunately, so I'll let y'all take it the rest of the way.
Thanks for joining us, Dirt. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, it was a lot of
Thanks for having
fun.
me.
Thanks a lot, Dirt.
And maybe while we're waiting here, there's I know your friend list is covering it up now, but there's a little bag of gold with right over there. Yeah. We could just take a look around, We don't have
sure.
to buy anything, just some window shopping,
Yeah. What do we? Oh, it's only 100 Canadian dollars. Wow. So if you win the tournament, you can pre-purchase March of the Lich King Mega Bundle. Wow, what a deal!
I think that was probably our mistake. What we should have done is just, instead of having a cash prize fund, Probably giving out that March of the Lich King bundle.
Yes, it's what the people really want.
Yeah, the classic community is clamoring for this kind of thing.
What is a rune stone worth, by the way? Or is that what they are? Yeah, rune stone.
I have no idea, actually. I've never bought a rune stone. I'm a free-to-play player.
2,500 rune stones. Interesting.
I assume that it's like fairly close to $1, but not quite, so that you always end up with some odd amount and have to like buy more, awkward amounts to get to the thing you want.
Gotta be something like that.
Cool skin you got on your client here too. I like it. Kind of like a frosty theme.
Yeah, it actually freaked me out when I booted Hearthstone up today.
Is that just like unique for you because you're in the cold Canadian North?
Yeah, it's always like this come December.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I feel right at home here though. Well, I don't know where does Arthas hang out? I never played WoW.
That's a good question. I played the Warcraft 3 campaign some time ago, but I wasn't a WoW player myself. I feel like we should be Warcraft lore experts if we're playing this game for 8 years or however long it's been out.
Yeah, I do feel like we should. We'll see if culture jumps back in the client. I know maybe a little maybe dejected after that last one. Some people, not wanting to opt to play the third place match, but hey, third place is a cool $15. You can buy half of a Hearthstone card with that.
if we visit the shop here, as we've been prompted to, we can see exactly how many runestones.
Yeah, let's go back. Yeah. Let's see. What if I do want to buy some runestones? What does it tell me? 500 is 625. Oh yeah, and it's Canadian dollars, so it's all. Yeah. It's even more jumbled than normal. Oh my.
Yeah, so 1,500-ish runestones. Let's see, what could you buy with that?
That's a great question.
That looks like not a goddamn
nothing. Yeah, what is the point?
Well, you probably have some awkward amount of runestones sitting around. So, 1,500 will probably go with your, 700 that you already have left.
Alright, let's see if maybe Culture's hanging out in Discord.
Yeah, let's holler.
Oh, got an issue. Oh, here we go. His PC died. Oh boy.
Oh, that's too bad. Oh. I thought it was just Lady Leandrin that died. It was a pretty powerful Corker on top deck, but damn, I haven't seen one that good before.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, we'll see. We could always do the first place match first and then come back for third. It's nice to kind of ramp up the stakes, but
yeah,
if there's no way around this, then it's what we'll have to do.
Yep, I'm okay with that. We like to be reasonable. We got the whole day off, right?
Yeah.
Seeing all the control warriors here, I think you'd probably have to take the full day off.
That's right. Yeah, when I know it's an EU tournament, I need plenty of time.
Yeah, exactly. Get 2 meals in here, a couple gallons of water, all of my survival rations that I need for controlling the warrior mirror.
Alright, well, we got no answer back. I feel like we just make the executive decision. Let's go ahead with first. I don't want to be holding things up too fast.
Yeah. I'm happy with that. And nice to see a new face in the finals here as well. As much as we've got our old favorites. Seeing Katopoulos here, has been spending a lot of time playing Hearthstone in the Discord, streaming, chatting, doing all the things. So looks like a lot of that hard work paying off here. We found some interesting deck choice or interesting deck choices.
Yeah.
And Huskanda as well, a perennial contender. She's won, I believe it was the second EU tournament she won here. Never a better time to download the Hearthstone mobile client, maybe get a couple of rune stones from it.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's true. Alright. Huskanda's ready. Hopefully, Katopoulos about ready to go. Let's get these deck lists up. Oh, in Northrend. This is the late answer. Arthas hangs out in Northrend, Ice Crown Citadel.
Ice Crown Citadel.
Gotcha. Yeah, should have known. I think where my neighbors are.
Yeah, probably kind of hard to get over. You have to do like a snowmobile or something in Northrend?
Yeah, yeah.
You mount even.
I just get my my husky dogs to drag my sled around.
Sense, yeah. They're really sparkly. I can understand your desire to go right down to the 8,000 rune stones there and click the button. A friend that works at Blizzard, works on this kind of stuff, and the card picking algorithm as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, the most coveted job at Blizzard, I think.
Absolutely.
All right.
Hunter hero portrait though. Gosh.
Oh,
Halfway
dang.
sold already.
Does it make my hero power do more damage?
I would assume so. For 100 Canadian dollars, it better do something.
You said $100?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Is this part of the bundle? Or this is just on its own somewhere here?
No, I think that's an exclusive deal. Gonna have to rename Wallet Warrior. I think it's gonna have to move over. We got a new contender. All right, Huskanda and Katopoulos. Let's see it.
Okay, yeah, I see both players readied up, but no bans just yet. Okay. It's like Druid bans both ways, actually, on refresh, so Katopoulos running Paladin, Warrior, and Shaman. Huskanda, Priest, Paladin, and Shaman.
Yeah, we got this highly teched Priest here. I'm not sure exactly how it's going to do against the field. A lot of times Priest very good against aggro decks, not always the greatest against mid-range decks or control decks. It can get some steam rolling early, get some big high HP minions that 2-for-1 the opponent, but a little bit more draw dependent, I think, than other decks.
Yeah, very true.
And, I'm a little surprised here to be seeing these the ban here on Druid because both players have Shaman. Both players have 2 hexes in their Shaman. Normally, I would think that's just a very favored matchup for Shaman. That you would, build your lineup either around anti-rogue or anti-druid. So,
Yeah, that's true. I guess just not wanting to get one of those unfavorable matchups into Druid, it is pretty strong. Otherwise, across the board, I was just laughing so hard. Chat calling for, don't you guys have phones? Yeah, good point. Come on, culture.
well played, whoever that was.
Yeah. Alright, so Paladin versus Shaman.
Yeah, we saw earlier this really going long with the Shaman hero power kind of winning out in the end because of Flame Tongue. See how it goes this time around. Both decks have reasonable answers to the other one. I might give it a little bit more to the Shaman here, because 2 hexes means cards like Sylvanas and Karen and Tyrion get a lot less value. Also, healing not a particularly strong thing against Shaman. They can afford to play a really slow game.
Yeah, it's very true. I do like this Paladin list, though. Kind of across the board, just very well balanced. Reminds me a bit of what Kalento had run, hitting rank 1 way back in the day on ladder. The jugglers are pretty versatile cards, just like a single Acolyte of Pain, Golem's high value, and then your standard kind of high-end late game.
Yeah. One of my first loves in this game was like a mid-range Paladin style. And so I always appreciate stuff like this, just hero powering a lot, gradually wearing your opponent down, forcing them to spend resources on things that cost you no cards. Wolves can be a little awkward to deal with. Certainly True Silver, gets value against them a little bit, but you can only kill 1 wolf at once. It gives a little foothold here.
None
Yeah, immediately going with the Black Knight. I like that. I believe this is the list without Alkir here.
Yeah, no Alakir. There's a couple defenders in there, but pretty reasonable target. 6 mana, kill a doggy. I think you're happy enough with that, especially with how the rest of Huskanda's hand just curves out nicely.
Yeah. Kind of liked the True Silver here. Try and get a little value out of the hero power. I think that one thing that Huskanda is probably going to try to do is draw out hexes with Sunwalkers and exhaust those silencing resources so that she can safely play Sylvanas and Tyrion onto the board. Now in this case it almost in a way backfires because you'd normally want to see the hex here, but not being able to bait out the hex. It probably gives her some valuable information that there's certainly no Earthshock. Earthshock is really what you want to play against the Sunwalker, save the hexes for Sylvanas Karen.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting highlighting the hex potential there, because as the Shaman player, you got 1 hex in hand. Sure, it's a pretty high value target, but you're always concerned with Tyrion coming down on 8. That's the prime hex target, and that's why we see Katopolis holding on to it. And really just working out, getting tons of value from the Sunwalker here now.
Yeah, I like this line a lot. And Katopolis is starting to fall behind here on the board as well. It's tough to deal with these Sunwalkers, and certainly want to cycle the Drake. There aren't too many opportunities for spell power. But at the same time, trading a 5-mana creature for a single charge of a 4-mana weapon in a value-centered matchup can be tough.
Yeah, it looks like Katopolis still just not wanting to use that hex.
And double Lightning Storm, pretty awkward as well. We really need to burn that shield off. Yeah, just so many good options here.
Follow the rule.
I'm not sure I fully agree with this line. I don't typically, as the paladin player here, if I'm gonna alter something, I would rather it be a creature that I couldn't, that I would want to just kill with my own creatures. Taking damage to the face is really kind of irrelevant here.
Yeah.
See the punish.
Now the spell power totem here is an absolutely huge role. It means Katopolis doesn't have to burn both those lightning storms, gets the guaranteed clear.
Huskanda here too, you're thinking, yeah, is this safe to play Tyrion? You haven't seen a Hex. You've pretty much got the read that there's no Hex in Katopolis' hand, so it seems, very reasonable to just slam Tyrion before your opponent has a chance to draw into that Hex.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, good patient play by Katopolis waiting on this. He's still running a little bit low on resources, and we can see like a double Drake in Huskanda's hand, so she's going to be able to continue to build that hand size. Don't have to worry too much about the value game. She's got Consecration. I'd be tempted to just play both Drakes. No, Ascension is a good top deck. Makes it a little more awkward for Lightning Storm.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the thought process, and you're okay making this move, I think, as the Shaman player. Rockbiter not necessarily going to be used for burst in this matchup. And down at 21, yeah, not a big risk to get bursted down by your opponent either.
Not too worried, and yeah, I like the Drake play here. I'm not so hot on this Consecration play. I understand that the spell power totem can be a little bit scary, but and you got the second Consecration in hand. Right here, let's see if we see the wolves and we don't see the Shaman trade into the Drake. No, I'm gonna go for it. A little bit more awkward here. This engine doesn't feel great. It might be okay.
Wow.
Alright, well, the tools for Ragnaros at the top end are diminishing a little bit. Still have Sylvanas, but we know that there are 2 Hexes, 2 Earthshocks in the deck, and so reasonable chance that either Hex or Earthshock exists in Katopolis' hand.
Yeah, so now a decision. Do you Lightning Storm, swing once with the weapon to clear this thing, you drop down to 5, lets you hold on to that Hex for some bigger targets. But obviously, yeah, 5 health, not a comfortable place.
I'm not terrifically fond of playing the Hex here. I was just a little bit scared. But yeah, if you don't clear this, I think I liked the Lightning Storm there. If you don't clear this, it's 5's a scary place to be as a Shaman.
Now you do get the extra spell damage here with Thal, so potentially just get a clean wipe here with the Storm, and now you can actually swing with minions if not.
Yeah.
But I do think this position, it looks so bad being down at 5 health, but it's really deceptive when you're playing Paladin. Paladin's not just going to deal 5 damage from hand very often.
Right. And yeah, seeing kind of the downside of using those Consecrations so inefficiently earlier, you'd think, oh, I'm so far ahead of my opponent on cards, I can kind of do whatever I want. But, would be nice to have a Consecration here. Would be nice to have equality.
Yeah, now just very, very efficient trading with that Flame Tongue. Big draw there with Reg. And although I think it's unlikely, even a little bit of a safety net with that Hex, we could see it used defensively.
See Harrison played pretty damn quick. Alright, Holy Night Light not going to help. Defender of Argus not particularly powerful either. Need one more spell to really get some clear off the board, but Huskanda's running out of spells.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting spot with the double pyromancer. You have a chance to wipe some of those, the smaller totems at some point, but just not going to be able to deal with the Drake or the Flame Tongue. But they do actually make for reasonable Argus targets. She's not going to save them for that.
No, I don't think so. And she has, I think, just one equality left as a spell. Maybe a Lay on Hands as well. But Lay on Hands isn't a card you even want to play at this point. She's pretty dry on the deck.
Yeah, certainly not a lot. I can't remember. Did we see that Hammer of Wrath earlier?
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
It's gonna be Rag. Yep, dump the whole hand. Why not?
The light protects me.
That certainly could get punished by the next equality, but I think Katopolis' read is who's got equality here.
Okay, well, it's a game again.
Yeah, and Holy Light first.
Yeah, absolutely. Clear off that bubble. Your Pyro's gonna die with the equality anyway, you might as well.
Yeah.
And now, all of a sudden, threatening 4 damage on the board. This is a really, really big deal.
Oof, yeah. Okay. 1 and 4. Let's see what we get.
Okay, great roll.
Yeah, nice choice. How many cards do we have in deck? Is this even...
Only
land?
2. 2 for Huskanda, 5 for Katopolis, so... Yeah, that Lay on Hands probably not very valuable here. And I mean, you were happy enough just playing Sylvanas down anyway. I really can't think a little extra healing into fatigue is looking all that appealing right now.
Yeah. And actually, for Katopolis as well, he's not happy to have 2 Manatite totems. Huskanda has no inclination there to remove either one of those.
Wow.
Well played, well played.
I'm almost out of cards.
Harvest Golem is good here. Okay. Gonna remove it. Don't want to deal with the Flame Tongue.
Reporting for duty.
Oh, we're not gonna see one more Stoneclaw totem just to show that he came.
Yeah. Alright. Game 1 to Huskanda. The Paladin player. Once again, just Paladin having a lot of success in this tournament.
Yeah, and what I think is kind of interesting is Paladin had a lot of success in the last NA tournament, but that was all aggro Paladin. And then coming over here to EU, we're now seeing all these control Paladins having success. So leads me to believe that maybe I think it's an underexplored class. There are a lot of options, a lot of different curves that you can do. Really, really deceptive how much value it can get in the control and control matchup. And also just its ability to deal with aggro when you're playing the control variant as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. I think its biggest downside is just how much it struggles against Miracle Rogue. You don't love it against Druid. Obviously, Equality can do some pretty good work, but it's very difficult to close out those matches. But what we're seeing here is not a lot of people bringing both Miracle Rogue and a Druid. So if you're just able to ban one of those, doing just fine in all these other matchups.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Maybe an oversight from some of the players to not bring both Druid and Rogue. I think a lot of times the conventional wisdom is that you bring both of those decks because they're both S-tier decks and they can both, just win a game, win any game, right? You get 2 Innervates and a Wild Growth, you probably won the game. Or, you get Gadgets and Coin Conceal with a couple of preps, you probably win the game against anything. So interesting choices from players not to bring that.
Yeah, I'm very surprised by it. It seems to be a kind of read on the potential meta that maybe you can get away with not bringing the two of them, but yeah, I would certainly be in the camp of that conventional, just you play the best decks, and those are certainly two of the best decks.
That said, I think that strategy, of bringing one rogue, one druid can be susceptible to being targeted as well. You ban out the druid, you play a bunch of aggressive decks, there you go, you killed every rogue. Or, you ban out the rogue and you bring a bunch of like shaman-esque decks, Zoo, that counter druid. So it can be a little bit tricky to bring both of them. I can understand why players might not want to do that.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Huskanda is much more of an expert at Shaman than I am, but typically when I'm playing this mid-range Shaman, I like to coin out the Harvest Golem first so you can follow it up with Feral Spirit. I'd be curious to know why she opts to pick the Wolves. Maybe it's just so much raw power on the board that it seems good, but overloading yourself isn't always ideal on turn 2.
Yeah, no, I was interested by that decision as well, and if I'm not mistaken, she didn't actually have the lightning bolt to play when she made the call to do that. Fortunately drawing into it with the one remaining mana, able to utilize it, but yeah, I'm not sure what goes into that decision either.
She's got a pretty pleasant choice here. This is good. Another thing to notice as well, how she's playing this matchup. The last turn she opted to swing once with the hammer and once with one of the wolves into the Drake. Just leaving 2 minions up on the board, the Paladin doesn't want ever to have to equality consecrate that, right? So she's not giving the Paladin enough value to use the tools that they really want to be using. Okay, Guardian of Kings. Kind of a risky move here. If she's got Hex, that can be almost a game-losing decision here. The Kodo might have been a little bit more wise. And again, you see her just using a single charge of her weapon. She's got 2 death rattles up. She's not worried at all about what's coming next.
Yeah, and really harkens back to the previous game. You see Huskanda's life total dropping. The classes were reversed. But Shaman is just able to do this against Paladin. Again, still no real threat of burst. We see a single Avenging Wrath maybe as the most burstable card from Katapolis, and still a long ways away from that.
He does have a full clear here with Consecration followed by Holy Light. And there's still an activator in hand for equality as well. So this does work out alright for him. Especially, doesn't cast Holy Light.
Well, it's double equality actually, yeah.
I'm sorry, I got my healing spells confused.
Yeah,
so actually not so good here for him. Right. Our friend Elon Musk doing a little bit of practice here, getting gold 10 in Classic. Congratulations.
Alright, and yeah, Katapolis feeling the pressure. I'm dropping down the Argus to taunt, stave off some of that damage. Which makes sense. Anytime you see a Rockbiter, a Doom Hammer with 2 charges, you're always worried about that Rockbiter.
Yeah, absolutely. Alright, well this Flame Tongue Totem is exactly what we've seen getting so much value in this matchup. Against Paladin. And yeah, opting for the equality right now.
Yeah, you just can't leave anything on board with the potential of 10 damage coming your way.
Yeah. Another great example of the threat being a lot stronger than the execution. You just get down to a certain life total and you don't have any choice but to use equality on, a tiny little board like that. Alright, now 2 Argent Squires are going to be really tough to deal with.
Put your faith in the light.
And Catopoulos opts to put his faith in the light.
A pretty good place to place your faith if your opponent doesn't have a hex in hand.
Yeah, I can't help but agree with that. How do we deal with this? We got... yeah, it feels bad no matter what here.
Yeah, because taking the 6, for sure, it doesn't feel good. But I think the bigger concern from that is that if you take the 6 and then clear Tyrion, now there's an Ashbringer in hand. And eventually that's going to make its way to your face. So, yeah, you got to kind of just sit tight and wait. And unfortunately, that ends up punishing as well. Although I think it was an appropriate risk to take.
Yeah, she's just trying to find a hex there, and it's hard. Not a lot of draw on Shaman. Now I'm gonna have to kill 2 Tyrions. It's not necessarily the worst thing to kill 2 Tyrions. You know, it's not like they get to dual wield the Ashbringers, as sweet as that would be.
Yeah, that really would be cool.
Yeah, Control Paladin's not spec'd for that. So that's a different Paladin deck. But yeah, I mean, you got to be concerned here, Huskanda, because you're at 9 HP and there's an Ashbringer waiting for you. So she's gonna... Okay. She's gonna hope for no activator for this equality. Now, you know, maybe another thing that bears mentioning here as well is that we saw Catopoulos hovering that lay on hands, and I don't think there's anything else that targets face in that deck. Maybe Hammer of Wrath. So I think your read here, Huskanda, is that opponent has lay on hands. And yeah, there's the equality. We see it.
Yeah.
Quick turnaround there. Definitely a matchup that I would think is strongly favored for the Shaman.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm obviously not extensive experience with the matchup, just with Paladin not being that common on ladder. Shaman, somewhat prominent, but certainly dominated by lots of Druid and Rogue. But yeah, first 2 games actually going to our Control Paladin players. So now it looks like it devolves into the Shaman mirror.
Yeah. Let's see what kind of differences we have here between the decks. So we've got a Black Knight and Alakir for Huskanda. We've got no Black Knight and no Alakir here for Catopoulos. So not really any good Black Knight targets for Huskanda, but her opponent doesn't have the Black Knight, so her own Alakir might do well.
Yeah, looking between the 2 decks, I'm really not sure I see any clear advantages. It's more of like I just feel like a stylistic choice, whether you want to go for those kinds of tech cards like the Black Knight. Yeah, something like Ragnaros is just always consistently very good. So yeah, really just depending how the game unfolds. I think it's a pretty even split on who takes this one.
Yeah, I'd say a lot of times I think that the Wolves are, especially on turn 3 here, I'm surprised not to see this gun play, but the Wolves are usually something that can define the matchup. They have 2 attack, might 2 for 1 your opponent if they have to use like Rockbiter or Lightning Bolt to clear them. So those ones tend to be important. Defender of Argus also, when you're both just sitting there hero powering for a while, Defender of Argus can simultaneously make your own minions do something and also clear a couple of their totems as well. So 2 Defender of Argus for Catopoulos, just 1 for Huskanda. Argent Commander, another choice here that Huskanda has made to put in her deck, and it feels like that'll be pretty useful. It's a card that can trade into things with Flame Tongue, can trade into a Fire Elemental, do a big board swing.
Yeah, actually seeing Huskanda bring this I believe, exact Shaman list. You know, maybe one card has been tweaked here or there. So many times I ended up playing it on ladder after seeing how successful she was with it, and I really do feel like every card in there is just like a perfect inclusion. The single copy of Argent Commander just ends up being so good in so many cases.
Yeah, and an unexpected card in a lot of cases too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, obviously, they're playing with open deck lists here, but even so, you know, it's not always a card that you think about. 4 or 6 damage, 7 with Rockbiter. It's not only helping close out the game, it's definitely helping trade. So in some ways, it, you know, even though it costs more than Leroy, has a lot more utility in the game than Leroy does. And speaking of whom, have we seen a single lethal from Leroy this tournament?
Boy, I feel like I don't think we have. I'm not sure we've seen Leroy get played. We've seen it in the hand of our opponents, but I don't remember any whelps coming out at all.
Strange new world we live in, Dex.
I welcome this new world.
I'm the kind of guy that likes to finish the game by like turn 4 or 5, so I can play another game that finishes on turn 4 or 5. So, you know, I'm a Leroy man myself. I don't mind charging in there. Considering the lightning bolt here, anticipating lightning storm next turn.
Yeah, with at least a consideration for a moment there, and I wouldn't have minded it too much. But we are at a point here where this life total really is starting to matter.
And Huskanda reading this correctly, that almost always Fire Elemental is really the strong card in this matchup because it's just so hard to remove. Spell Power, Lightning Bolt doesn't remove it. Lightning Storm, never going to be in reach. And are we going to see, we're going to see Lightning Bolt and Earth Shock here if we get a high roll on one of the Fire Ellies. Yep.
Yeah, makes sense. I think just about the only way to stabilize there. Obviously could go for the insane luck on a totem roll or something, but
It feels bad here too. Kotopoulos can't play his own Fire Elemental on the next turn to swing the board back.
yeah, that's right.
Overloaded by, or well, maybe overloaded by 3. Yeah, so he can't play it.
I mean he can, but then he's staring 4 damage in the face from the Drake, and
Right. Oh, this feels bad.
oof.
Yeah, you don't want to put down the Flame Tongue there. It might be a necessity, but yeah, Lightning Storm, terrifying, and getting 2 mana type totems on the board is also quite scary. I don't think we'll see the Thelnos though. I think that the threat of maybe Earth Shock or something, you want to keep that in hand. Yeah, just drawing Argent Commander now, another threat.
My shield for Argus.
Yeah, just not a good way to play this Fire Elemental onto the board. You notice how Huskanda has chosen minions that are just out of reach of all of the removal of Kotopoulos. Really a testament to her skill and experience with this deck. Just playing it, you know, sometimes it's more about playing around your opponent's threats than it really is about creating your own.
I wonder.
Now, an option here is try and Lightning Storm for 50-50 chance at lethal. I think with such a commanding board presence, Huskanda will probably opt at 30 HP to play it a little bit more slowly. No reason to really rush this right now.
Yeah, so many good options here.
You're drawing so many cards. You're not scared of anything. You got Thelnos Lightning Storm in hand, you got Hex in hand, and you got Argent Commander for reach, not to mention whatever you draw here, which is all good stuff.
opting to not shoot his own face with the fire elemental. A little disappointing.
Yeah. Yeah, you know where this is going, right? So just let it happen. And oh yeah.
Yeah.
Black Knight's a pretty strong card in this situation.
Just it. You got your pick of how to win the game here.
Yeah. Lots of fun ways. Alright.
Alright, gonna make it 2-1 for Huskanda. I'm just gonna duck out real quick as we get into the next game.
I think that if I were to imagine some of my worst nightmares, it would probably include playing a Shaman mirror with Huskanda. I think I'd probably go about a 0 and 1,000 in that. But really, really nicely played there. So 2-1 in favor of Huskanda. Moving on to that, potentially the final game here. Looks like she's got a win with Priest. Highly teched Priest at that. Playing 1 copy of EGH, 1 copy of Shadow Word Death, 1 copy of Faceless, 1 copy of Asher Drake, 1 copy of Cabal Shadow Priest, and 1 copy of Holy Smite. So really a lot of, oh, and 1 copy of Pyro. So a lot of 1-ups here. She's playing 2 Mind Blasts. She is playing Leroy. So a little extra reach on this deck as well as Holy Fire. So we're looking at 26 damage from hand. Can't all be played in the same turn. I suppose if you include the 2 Holy Novas, that's a clean 30. Alright, and knowing that Huskanda has 2 wins, Katopolis well aware that he's going to be facing the Priest, and Shaman not a bad deck against Priest. The one thing that I'll say, though, in this particular instance, is that Shaman doesn't have healing. So if Katopolis gets a little bit behind on his life total, we'll see those Mind Blasts and that Leroy start to become kind of scary. Huskanda also with the ability to cleanly remove a lot of stuff with things like Akanai Circle. Keep in mind, she is only playing 1 copy of the Pyro, though.
Okay, yeah, I'm really interested to see more of this Priest deck. It's so fascinating, and yeah, I mean, you highlighted those Akanais. I think going to be really crucial that she's able to get that combo off in this matchup, because yeah, she's really not hitting any of those early targets either. You know, sometimes you can get a bit of momentum with like Northshire Cleric into that Power Word Shield, maybe get some draws or a Holy Smite to help clear some of the smaller stuff, but
yeah, you know, also the Priest hero power is pretty strong here. I wouldn't have been super surprised to see Huskanda just hero power again. She's only taking 1 damage per turn if she hero powers. Just kind of save it for like a juicy Akanai heal, Akanai Circle. We'll see if she goes with Akanai Power Word here. Okay, so she wants to get on the board a little bit. She's not looking to play the full controlling Priest style. And yeah, Black Knight not too bad of a pickup. It'll get a little bit of value against these wolves, but it's not exactly the ideal card here. The real threat is this Manatide Totem. If she doesn't have a way to get around that, it's going to be tough. And we might even see that thing Holy Fired. Losing card advantage against the Shaman is already something that's likely going to happen. Even more so if the Shaman is going to be able to draw cards in addition to just getting value out of their totems.
yeah, I mean, as much as you don't love to use Holy Fire there, I think it was a pretty real option.
Yeah. I think we can probably just totem here. You know, or Manatide, I suppose, is fine as well.
Yeah, you'd love to get a healing totem roll on that turn if you could, just to take that 1 Manatide at a Holy Nova range.
Yeah, it's just a dangerous position though here for Huskanda. Now that she's dropped both Akanais, Katopolis is basically free to do whatever he wants on the board. The only threat is this single Pyromancer plus a Holy Nova at this point to clear the board. And I have a feeling that's not quite going to be enough.
Yeah, no, this is still a really nice position for Katopolis. You know, he's got Reg potentially, you know, as early as next turn. But I wonder if with that Holy Nova, no other clears in hand, if Huskanda is actually starting to think about the possibility of forcing overdraw with these two mana tides. I mean, they can get carried away. Like you said, Priest able to heal up a bit. If she can draw this game out.
Yeah, and actually, you know, from Katopolis' position here, I might have silenced one of these mana tides. The board is full, and it's got enough damage on it that, you know, Huskanda's going to have to remove some things, and she's just drawn dead on a lot of these cards here. This feels bad. I don't know, maybe it was correct to use the Black Knight on the Argent Squire there. Just kind of in for a penny, in for a pound sort of thing, but then Katopolis can always trade if he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. I mean, I probably would have opted for that instead, but in this position, just, yeah, not a lot you can do if you're Huskanda.
No, tough loss for the Priest there, but I gotta say, as painful as it is to not be on the board against a Shaman, and to see mana tides that are, you know, or the first mana tide that's rolling, I'm not sure that you want to exhaust both Akanais there. Especially when you see just enough stuff on the board to already pretty efficiently deal with it. You know, you think, what are the Shaman's tools to deal with a 3/5 Akanai followed by like a, you know, another one? Well, they got a bunch of totems. There's Lightning Storm, there's Lightning Bolt, there's Rock Biter, there's Flame Tongue. So many ways for the Shaman to deal with those Akanai there that I would be tempted just to leave it in hand and play a little game of chicken. Say, hey, do you want to keep putting stuff on the board? Because I might have Akanai Circle. No.
Yeah, I actually think that that's a really good point there. Might have just been necessary to win that matchup at all. I know this Priest list, like we've mentioned before, it's a lot more minion heavy, so you don't necessarily rely on those combos in every matchup, but I do think specifically in that Shaman matchup, it's maybe close to unwinnable without that Akanai Circle combo.
Yeah, especially when they get on the board so fast against you. It's just tough. You know, you feel a lot of pressure.
Now this matchup, I actually think Priest stands a pretty reasonable chance. You know, cards like Karen, we've talked about a lot before. Very difficult for Warrior to deal with. Faceless obviously can be in here as something like a finisher with that Leroy, but gonna be good on your opponent's minions, lots of your own minions, still with Sylvanas, Reg, Alex, lots of those big annoying targets.
Yeah, and they're both playing Faceless here. They're both playing Faceless, both playing Sylvanas, both playing Karen. So a lot of value from both sides. There are going to be, I have a feeling, some interesting dances here between Sylvanas and Karen, should both players draw those in time. There's Karen.
Yeah, you love to see that.
BGH, a good card here to have against Warrior always. Cabal Shadow Priest can actually be okay. There are a few low health or low attack Warrior minions, like maybe Acolyte if you need the draw, but definitely Armor Smith, a good target for that.
Yeah, absolutely.
I will say, you know, the weakness here for Huskanda is that she's got 2 Mind Blasts and a Leroy against a Warrior. And it's not super easy to chip down this Warrior's armor in a meaningful way to get those to actually get within range. She does have Alex, which is good. But even so, it's you know, it's going to be tough to get this Warrior's armor total down.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think, depending on how this game could have unfolded, it doesn't look like it's going that way now. But those Mind Blasts could just be potential cards that you throw out on some early turns just to limit that armor gain, you know, limit the ability to shield slam some of those mid and larger minions. But with none of them in hand now, that armor total likely to grow from this point. Yeah, probably going to be pretty dead for most of the match.
I'm surprised at this line that Katopolis takes to clear. Had what I felt like was a pretty clean clear with the Whirlwind there doing 2 damage. A lot of times you want to keep those 4 health minions like the Drake alive against Priest because they just are not easy to remove.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And here, now with the Taskmaster on the Armor Smith, does take it out of range for the Shadow Priest. Of course, you can still steal the Taskmaster, but yeah, a less valuable target here if Huskanda actually had the Shadow Priest in hand.
And yeah, like Dex was mentioning earlier, like Derp was mentioning earlier, a little bit more of a draw-dependent deck here, the Priest deck. It has a lot of tools, but one of the limiting factors just tends to be, do you draw the right cards in the right order to curve, and also remove your opponent's threats like a regular mid-range deck would. Catching a little break here, but still the pressure's on. Yeah, 15 HP is the Priest. Got a Holy Fire to help heal back up.
Yeah, we see that there's no Grom here waiting for Katopolis. But that was the concern there, having to heal back in case of something like Grom Whirlwind. And now, yeah, even though it's a great faceless target, it's still Grom that's sticking out in your mind, and maybe at this point you just make the decision to take the risk, assume there isn't some sort of Grom combo waiting for you.
Yeah, very difficult choice here. No really good way to use the Pyro to clear. So this 4/5 is sticking around.
What do they come?
You could do Leroy Holy Fire. I'm not sure that's really where you need to be. And these Mind Blasts, not going to be helpful in this matchup at the least. So drawing some dead cards. At this point, when your back is against the wall, you really would not. You would much rather be drawing more useful cards in there. Two of them back to back.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you just take the shot on lethal here. Might as well execute too. Worst case, you clear the entire board. Well, let's see, this could just be it. Not quite.
Die another day.
Well, Leroy being used as you know him. The best board clear tool in the game.
Is someone injured?
Yeah. It's about the same as using Fireball holding over there.
I have no time for games.
It doesn't even matter if you kill this Karen. The body that comes back, it's just going to be too tough. We got Shrinkmeister here.
Yeah, that would change things.
Right. Well, she's staying alive.
Yeah, let's see. 11 cards left. Still don't see Grom with that Whirlwind, but yeah, Huskanda really just on a clock right now and running out of the options to heal here.
Cabal Shadow Priest is an option.
Yeah, it does give you the ability to steal that Armor Smith. Maybe gain some armor over the following turns.
Yeah, thinking even just like, Pyro plus Mind Blast and Cabal Shadow Priest. You get to clear at least the first body of the Karen. And she wants to draw some cards. That makes sense too. It really doesn't matter how much armor the warrior has. But if you suspect there's no Grom in hand, this might be okay. I guess she's probably also afraid of more Grom.
Yeah, these are just, risks that you have to take when you're in this position. Pushes you down to 4, you can get just above that that Cork run here with a hero power.
I'm not sure if you play Akanai after your hero power here or not.
Boy, I don't know. Yeah, it's again another big risk. Oh,
Yeah.
well,
That's it.
I think we can all spot the lethal.
Didn't even need Leroy for it.
Yeah, 9 mana charging for 8. That seems a little overpowered.
Yeah.
But that's gonna be it. Katapla is gonna take it 3-2, securing the $100 prize. Let's see. I know we still got a third place match that's kind of up in the air. Maybe we can get Culture in here, figure something out there. But let's see if we can get Katopolis in winner's call on Discord. Yeah.
There's probably a lot of adrenaline pumping through those veins right now, I imagine. Yeah, congratulations to Gatopolis there. Really, really nice place.
All right, let's see. So just take a second. Yeah, really well done. And still Huskanda doing very well for herself. Gonna be taking home a cool $25. It's not nothing.
Nope.
Got one of these mismatching Discord names.
Oh, I think I can figure that out here.
Yes, listed as low elo nerd. Definitely seen that name floating about.
Yeah.
Wait.
With emojis.
With emojis. Oh, that's why I can't see alphabetically.
At the bottom of the list there, yeah.
Oh, it is at the bottom. There we go. Okay. We do. How do we do this? Boomer figures out Discord. I think we gotta do that. It's gotta be our friend. There we go. Okay. And then we did this. Alright. Hello. Low elo nerd. Katopolis, am I saying that right?
Yeah, it's okay, I guess.
That's okay, I guess. That's a no. That's a you butchered it the entire tournament.
Well, congratulations. First place. EU champion. How are you feeling?
Yeah, well, actually, I'm very surprised because I honestly joined the tournament, because I didn't know, I just wanted to have fun on the classic mode, and ladder isn't a good place to have fun, so yeah.
Did you have fun today?
Yeah, I especially liked the 2 last games I played because they were control versus control decks mostly. To be honest, I had a lot of lucky draws on the earlier ones, the Leon Hunts versus the Hunter versus Sangre.
Yeah.
I think that was insane.
Yeah.
But yeah. I noticed most people were running aggro heavy decks because I guess that's the winning decks of the last tournament. But I think because not only me, but the other people that went on top 4, I think the 2 I played against, at least, they also had the control focus decks. And they just teched. They just teched to outlast the aggro decks. And I think that's why they made it so far.
Yeah, it looks like... So you played Nox in the first round. a lot of aggressive decks there. You play with Ori in the second round, 4 aggressive decks coming at you there. But then, with Culture and Huskanda, a lot, like you say, a lot more control-heavy decks coming out of those players. Do you feel like you're at your strongest when you're playing control against control?
I think, obviously it helped that the tourney was, with open deck lists, so I kind of knew what to play around and all those stuff. So basically, I just had to outvalue, I think, and just not misplay. And that was, and have good draws, obviously, that helped. So, yeah.
Yeah, and I want to draw attention. We had a couple of Control Paladins in this tournament, and in our last tournament, Control Paladin did not do particularly well. What was your thinking behind bringing Control Paladin to this tournament?
To be honest, I wasn't even around when the last tournament happened. So, but I saw that a lot of people were actually playing Aggro Paladin, and it makes sense because it's a really strong deck. But I think it goes I feel the control variant of Paladin has many tools like Pyromancer and the spells like Equality and all those stuff. And if you play it the right way, and obviously if you draw them when the time's right, you kind of can counter the aggro heavy decks pretty much. I pretty much enjoy Paladin because it's my main class, but it's a little boring sometimes, but it's okay. Whatever. It is what it is.
You get to click the button a lot.
Yeah, you just play a card and hero power and pass and value trade and do that over and over again pretty much.
Now I gotta ask a follow-up question with this Paladin deck. I believe it was the semi-finals. I'm looking at the bracket here against Culture. Game 3, Paladin versus Warrior. Warrior has all these big, scary death rattle minions. You got Cairn, you got Sylvanas, and you played Ironbeak Owl on your own Silverhand recruit. You threw us all for a loop. Can you just tell me what was the plan for that Ironbeak Owl, and why did he end up silencing a Silverhand recruit?
Yeah, I don't know. When I saw my opponent play Sylvanas, I just saw my board, and I was I can trade those stuff I had on board and make it go away. He's going to lose one of his biggest threats, and I'm going to kind of have an okay payoff. Actually, I had I think 3 minions, and I was a bit afraid. I'm not sure if I thought he didn't use his brawl yet, and I was maybe I should do that in case I was a bit afraid to develop my board on this game, I think, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, because I was just but as soon as he played his only brawl, I kind of just went all out. I played the all into, I silenced nothing, but okay, whatever, and kept hero powering and outvalued him because of the matchup.
All right, fair answer. It definitely threw us casters for a loop. We kept calling for the owl to come down, and
the owl goes. A few misplays here and there always happen, I guess.
That's normal in any tournament. I think it's always very difficult. You've got a lot of nerves going into any one of those games, so no worries. So yeah, you came with Paladin. Now, a lot of times Paladin can be pretty weak against Rogue. It's a little bit stronger against Druid, but still kind of an unfavored matchup. You can get yourself kind of low on HP, and Equality may be going to hit 2 minions at the most against Druid. So you must have been happy to see most players bringing only Druid or Rogue, not both, I assume.
My general thought when I went to this tournament was pretty much I said to myself, I'm going to ban Rogue on every instance I see it.
Yeah.
And from there on, I just noticed that a couple players, especially the latter ones, didn't even have Rogue. So I just banned Druid, which is the second best deck in my opinion, right after Rogue.
Yeah, it really gives you a lot of options there when somebody doesn't bring both Druid and Rogue, because you can just target one and say, hey, Control Paladin's going to do amazing against Warrior, and it's going to do pretty well against most decks out there. Shaman can be a little bit difficult. In your last match against Huskanda here, the Control Paladin actually beat the mid-range Shaman in both cases, which I found curious, because usually I would think, mid-range Shaman is favored against Control Paladin. Do you feel like Control Paladin has a really good shot against Shaman?
To be honest, the Shaman was the only deck I wasn't sure about. I just had to bring 4 on the tournament. I'm going to be honest, I didn't use it like that much. So a few of my turns weren't that good prepared, I think. But I guess, it did on the final, but I feel like on the previous game I played, somehow as Shaman, it was like the closest match, I think. I won as Shaman versus a Paladin, and it felt really slow, this game. And I feel it just came down to using. I feel like I'm pretty sure actually I won this game because of the Flame Totem. It gave me insane value on this game.
Yeah, that
So,
was
yeah.
something I noticed there. Yeah, the Flame Tongue in the late game with Shaman against Paladin. It seems like, normally the 1/1s might overpower these 0/2s because the 0/2s can't attack back. But once the Flame Tongue hits the board, it's really hard for that Paladin to get value out of their hero power anymore.
Yeah, actually, I feel like, if I'm not mistaken, it was obviously because I was at low HP on this game. But my opponent decided at some point to hit my face instead of killing the totem, which I think is why I think that cost him the game, actually. Because elsewhere I wouldn't be able to trade with his 1/1s, and pretty much Flame Totem carried this particular game.
Yeah, really, really hard sometimes in the heat of the moment there to make the correct decision whether to go face or whether to keep controlling the board. I feel like a lot of times in the Paladin versus Shaman matchup, controlling the board is really the most important thing. That's where a lot of your damage and value comes from. So yeah, maybe a slight misplay there on your opponent's part. Let's see. So go ahead.
Tell me. I just feel like if you're playing Control Paladin, there's the only way you can deal direct damage is with weapons, and that means the board is very important when you're on this deck. So yeah, I feel that's pretty much it.
So in your Shaman deck, I noticed you brought Ragnaros instead of Alakir. And I was kind of curious about that choice. Normally, Alakir a very natural fit into this mid-range Shaman as a finisher. What made you think Ragnaros instead of Alakir?
If I'll be honest, I don't own Alakir on my account. So I just tried to use Rag as a replacement.
Awesome. Yeah, well, good. It costs 8 mana and it does something good. I like it.
Yeah, it has immediate board presence. It will deal late damage somewhere, so it's kind of good. But obviously, I think Alakir is obviously better because you can use him with the Rock Beater weapon and just go for huge damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you had a pretty tough lineup today. You played Nox, who's a perennial #1 EU player. You played Labore, who was #1, I think, at some point last season in both NA and EU. And you play Huskanda, who's a former EU champion as well. You must be mentally exhausted from having to face all of these such strong players today.
Yeah, like I said, I was, especially on the first rounds, I was kind of lucky on a few instances. Like the way I found lethal on one of the first games I played against Nox was really insane. I just drew the perfect card on I think that was the first game I won against him, and I think that might have somehow mentally helped me or let him down or something like that. I don't know. And I just kept going. And yeah.
Yeah. Well, Nock's usually a pretty even-keeled player, not the kind of guy to get tilted off someone drawing something off the top that kills him.
Surely not.
Surely. Now, I notice you've been a lot hanging out in the voice chat, streaming a lot, watching other streamers. Do you feel like all of this recent experience playing so much Classic has helped you in your tournament win today?
Yeah, well, to be honest with you, like up to 1 month ago, I just had no interest in playing this mode, but I just decided. Actually, I was like playing Standard and Wild, and I was like, those modes fighting suck. The game isn't that fun anymore. So I just decided to switch to Classic. And via Reddit, I found the Discord link, and I have quite a few free time on my days, so I just try to interact with people like you or other guys, and kind of have their opinions about stuff on decks and all those things. And I'm very grateful, actually, because it was tons of fun so far.
Yeah, big shout out, as always, to Carlotta, who's done a lot of work making sure this Discord has so many people that are so well accommodated. And yeah, it's really been great to have you be part of the community. I'm sure a lot of people learning from you. You learn from a lot of people. That's really the benefit of what we like to see. Of all the players that you've met so far in the community in just the short month that you've been here, which one do you think you've learned the most from?
They didn't participate on the tournament, but of course, can I shout out them, like their members on the Discord? It's actually two of them. It's Starford and Finesse, and thank them both actually for helping me adapt.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Starforged, obviously, big shout out. Another great community member. And Finesse, I notice, has been in there, a lot in the voice chat, teaching, learning, doing all the good stuff. So you won $100 today. That March of the Lich King mega bundle is $100. What you got? Any plans for it? You don't have to share if you don't want to.
I mean, I don't. I'm not sure what I'm going to do. Actually, that wasn't even on one of the main reason I joined it was because I was having a lot of fun. And yesterday, I think the Discord mod tagged everyone and said, "Yo, we were 9 people and we need to make this 16 players bracket." So I was like, fuck it, let's join for fun. And yeah, I don't know, it was amazing actually.
Great choice. Well, it was awesome to have you competing. Dex, do you have any other questions?
No, I wanted to know where that $100 was going. That I was waiting to hear, and yeah, I think it only makes sense to spend it within the Blizzard shop somewhere on skins or ruin stones that you never spend. It's just a way of giving back to a small indie company. So I really like that suggestion.
If only you could find some place that was advertised in the client.
But yeah, no, I'll echo that. Big congrats. It was really nice to see you join in the tournament. Very well played, and yeah, hope to see you sticking around in the Discord and in future tournaments as well.
Yeah, and any last thoughts that you'd like to share? Any shout outs that you'd like to do for all of your new fans that are here in the audience?
I doubt I have any new fans, but I'd like to just thank the Discord community for tolerating me and helping me become better on this video game, because at the start I was really bad on it, but I just kept grinding and understanding how the game works pretty much. So yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Right. Well, congratulations again on your victory today. Thanks for joining us. Cool $100 will be coming your way shortly. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right,
we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
We'll see you. All right, we'll check in with culture here. see if he's able to play the third place match. If not, I think we'll probably just take to Discord to kind of figure out what we're doing. Already, you'll see in the if you look at the bracket, it's just kind of awarded a 3-0 to. I can just bring it over to Milan Usk here. But, you know, we always try to be as fair as possible. If there's a few bucks on the line and they're okay with it, you know, maybe we schedule the third place game for another time if Culture can get his stuff going. I mean, I would be more than happy to cast it at a different point, but at the same time, you know, also can't be too unfair to Milan here if Culture's not able to get things going. So see if we hear anything back shortly, or else yeah, might just call it for now, and you can hear about the resolution to this through Discord.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're always open to having this third place match, even if it's just a friendly match at another point. Sorry to hear that Culture's computer got broken by, unfortunately, a Corcoran Elite execute off the top. It's not usually supposed to happen with warrior decks, but yeah, it happens sometimes.
Yeah, I thought only Leroy had that kind of power, but I guess any charging minion will do.
If it costs 4 mana and it hits face. Alright, well, big thanks to everybody who showed up today, everybody that competed in the tournament. It's great to see so many really strong players here. And big congratulations to our new grand champion, Katopoulos, taking home $100. Huskanda taking second place. We'll figure out exactly who's in third place. But again, big congratulations to everybody. Thanks for competing. And of course, to all of you viewers out there, thanks for tuning in, checking it out. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. And Dex, I don't think we saw any Leroy's hitting. I think we conclusively did not see a Leroy kill somebody today.
Yeah, Chat was saying that it did happen, but I never trust Twitch chat, so I'm gonna go with you on this. I don't remember it happening, so therefore it didn't happen. No, it was nice to see different kind of meta. Yeah, things were shaking up a bit this time, and actually just want to use the opportunity to plug the tournament next weekend. As usual, we'll have an NA tournament week after this. It's going to have a prize pool of the same size, so somebody else is going to be taking home $100 who's able to win that thing. A little bit for second and third as well. So yeah, please tune in for that. And yeah, as Oppo was saying here, big thanks to everyone in the community, viewers, players, organizers, all that kind of stuff, contributors to the prize pool. And yeah, I guess this is where we'll call it. So thank you, everyone, and hopefully see you next weekend.
Good night, San Diego. Keep it classy.